Good afternoon, people. Welcome in. How is everybody doing? Happy Wednesday. Hey, Potato. Hey, Phoenix. Welcome in. Welcome in. Once again, it's that time of the afternoon when an unmedicated ADHD patient tries to, reclaim some sense of focus by streaming himself online, yelling semi-coherently about indie tabletop RPGs. Hi. How is Wednesday treating you all? I've got some chai, which I'm going to sip while I look at chat expectantly. Work times are the well, it can be going as kept. I get it. I feel you. I feel you there. Well, I appreciate you taking some time during work to watch my stream, because honestly, if you can get paid for this, somebody ought to get paid for this, because I sure as hell am not. Welcome in. All right, look, we're just gonna hop right into it, because I could spend time yelling about other things. I am incredibly excited. By the way, let me know if my voice audio is too high, too low, too weird, too anything. I accidentally touched some knobs earlier, and it failed. Some stuff got adjusted. So all that said, I'm gonna hop right into it. And look at the game that we want to check out today. And Phoenix, I just saw your message. I've got an update for you later. But in a nutshell, I'm basically reading through it because I started doing some editing, and there's a bunch of edits that I put in last week, but then I realized there's so much to go through that I want to give it a full read through before I get back to actually doing editing. So that's the update there. I'll give you more details later, but I'm basically going through the entire document first before I kind of get back to the editing, and it's a lot. It's good stuff. But yeah, that's basically where that is. I'm not ignoring it, but it was like, okay, you know what? Before, because I'm kind of was doing like line by line editing, and I was like, you know what? I want to understand this better before I go back in and do any more suggestions or anything else like that. So that's where I'm at with that particular little project. And good. Glad to hear that my audio is fine. Yeah, it's a Twitch thing. But at least, okay, so long as I'm audible, it's all good. All right, well, let me go over to the overhead. Woo, there we go. And let me kind of, where can I put my tea so it's not, bear with me. All right, let's do this. How's the, oh, there we go, okay. The sad part is whenever I'm on this screen, I have to kind of like look back over my shoulder to make sure that stuff is actually showing properly, but it is. Definitely does look like it is. So let's go ahead and get right into Triangle Agency. I'm excited for this one. Let's do a little bit of an unboxing, a product checkout. So I backed this on Kickstarter a while ago. Finally got it a week or two ago in the mail. Once again, like most of the Kickstarters that I have backed and that I have checked out during these streams, this was acquired back when I had more money. Not a thing anymore, so we'll see how that goes. But when I backed it to the nice fancy. Oh, by the way, let me just kind of get here. There we go. Now I can actually, at the very least, kind of keep an eye on chat here so I can see what's happening. I backed it at the quote-unquote normal briefcase level, which brings an entire set of things, all in this nice little self-contained briefcase. We've got the description of it on the back. We've got some stickers. So let's kind of check it out, see what the game is all about. Triangle Agency, a tabletop role-playing game, an exciting new job opportunity for humans like you. Investigate supernatural anomalies, wield tremendous power, and take advantage of our comprehensive life insurance benefits, all from the comfort of your favorite table. The contents of this box cover an agent's entire career, from signing bonus to mandatory retirement, the full rulebook, a book of 12 missions, a personal character organizer, and all the dice required to play. With this collection, you'll be the best equipped agent on the theme. Well, I'll be the only equipped agent on the team because I'm not making anybody else buy these books to play with me. But let's crack this open, see what it looks like. And by the way, as we kind of go into that, I just want to thank the folks that have been hanging out on the streams lately, especially all the folks with the Fabula Ultima streams. Like, we had so much input from those. I've continued getting a few comments, and in fact, at some point in the stream later, I'll probably go back in and check, because we got a couple of more comments with some combos, class combos and ability combos from Fabula Ultima that are kind of hardcore. Like, you can really get surprisingly deep and pull off some real good synergies with some of the classes in that game. So once again, I continue to be excited about it. All right, so we cracked this open. What do we have here? We have, well, as soon as you open it, one of the first things I like, on the inside cover here, we've got basically an explanation of how the dice rolling works in this case. So basically, and I guess we'll see once we get deeper into the game, but the basic mechanic for resolving whether something succeeded or didn't succeed is this, right? No matter what, you're basically going to be rolling this. So you're always rolling 6d4. You check to see if you roll 3 threes, and then kind of follow the flow chart here. So this collection brings a whole bunch of dice. Right now, we'll deal with all of them as we get to them, because these are the main ones that we've got right now. How does that look on there? You know what? Here, let's actually move this a little off to the side and get these here. All right, so you can kind of see them. Maybe we can bring the camera down just a little. There we go. There we go. Bring the camera down just a little, and you can see what these dice look like. So we've got a set of 6d4s with the threes on them highlighted. So anytime you're making a roll, you roll that, and that is we got a single 3. That's all we got. Another roll could be just a single 3. Apparently, I'm not good at rolling on this game. All right, let's see, one more. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm going to do badly. Well, a good thing I'm planning to run this game and not playing it, because apparently I roll like Dave in this one. Come on. Wow, the best I can do is a single 3. I mean, at least the good thing about the dice that it includes is that it's really easy to tell if you succeeded, because they're kind of color-coded that way. Wow, the best I can do is like 1 3. Anyway, with that in mind, bring this camera back up, give us a little bit more room. There we go. Yes, maybe. Oh, bear with me. There we go. So according to this, a lot of the times I straight up failed, but apparently, according to this also, even a single red die here. Hey, Hawkeye, welcome in, friend, welcome in. It's great to see you. It's great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope this Wednesday is treating you well. We are checking out Triangle Agency. I literally just cracked open the box and took a look at the dice on it, which are right here. Yeah. And immediately proceeded to suck at these rolls like nobody's business. But apparently, even a single 3 is a success in this system. But it would also have generated 5 chaos, which is probably a bad thing. We'll find out. We have yet to crack open any of the books. First thing we saw was the mechanics here. So again, if you roll like me, hey, there we go. Look, that's okay. That's a good roll. 3 threes. There we go, right there. So if you get 3 threes, yes, follow. We got a Triscendence. Roll is successful, creates no chaos, and you choose 1. Add any number of 3s to the roll. Circle back, replenish any 3 spent quality assurances. I'm assuming that's some kind of currency that we have in the game. Or employee of the moment, receive 3 commendations. Again, we'll see what that means. But so this was effectively like a critical success. When you get 3 threes, you get a Triscendence. Oh, here we go. Roll modifiers. So quality assurance are basically let you basically flip a coin. So we could basically, if we hadn't rolled that 3, right? If we hold, so like if I'd rolled those previous rolls where I only had 1 and I had 2 quality assurances, I could basically go like this, spend them, and get those 3s up and get a minimum of 3s, which is 3 successes, success, and 0 chaos. I don't know what the burnout is. That's another mechanic which we'll find out soon enough, but it sounds like burnout eats successes from what we're seeing in this graphic here. That's what it sounds. That's what it looks like. So a success plus burnout equals nothing, equals just burned out. All right, easy enough. Those are, every roll is the same amount of dice. You have something that can modify to give you more successes effectively. There are negative modifiers that can take away successes. Seems straightforward enough. Let's see if it lives up to that. So I'll put these dice off to the side here. Let's check out what else is in this box. It looks so. Have you heard of Triangle Agency by any chance? It's basically kind of an SCP style anomalies. You know, you work for a secretive quasi-governmental agency, sort of tracking down and keeping a hold of different anomalies. That seems to be the vibe of the game. So let's see what comes in this box, in this perfectly normal briefcase. So the first thing we have here, I believe this is the Triangle Agenda is a character organizer for use with Triangle Agency. The tabletop role-playing game contains enough documents for the chronicle the complete careers of up to 6 unique agents. So I guess this is kind of like our character sheet. Okay, oh, here we go. I was going to say. Okay. So we've got, let's see here, how visible is this on the overhead? Okay, there we go. That's decent. That's decent. These YouTube play button boxes just get more elaborate. I wish, PV. Welcome in, friend. Welcome in. I'm so far from getting even just like, forget about like a silver or gold YouTube. I won't even get like a chocolate YouTube button. Anyway. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling better, by the way. I know you've been slowly recovering. I hope the recovery continues apace. Arbalest, is my room brighter? Kind of. It's daylight still, and I've got one of the doors open so the cat can come in and out. But also, if I were to go over here, right now, yeah, the color scheme is a little bit brighter, But should as the stream continues, Arbalest, trust me, and the day gets darker, you'll probably see the light levels in the room kind of go down a little. But for now, here we are. Let's go back to the overhead. Hey. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Yeah. I mean, look, like kind of there's no getting around. It's all white hairs at this point. All right. So let's see. We've got a character sheet. We've got a whole like character questionnaire. How you come out in contact with your anomaly? How the agency find you? I mean, this is all stuff that we'll learn about in the book. But let's see. Work-life balance is something that you're tracking in this game. We've got your anomaly abilities. We've got your commendations, demerits, burnout, quality assurances for the various, I assume, stats that you have. Attentiveness, duplicity, dynamism, empathy, initiative, persistence, presence, professionalism, and subtlety down here. There we go. Just want to make sure. Here, we're going to place this here. Yeah, that basically helps me know where the bottom of the screen is. There we go. You got arc, anomaly, reality, and competency. What else we got here? Oh, we got a relationship tracker, requisitions and work-life benefits. So relationships related to reality, looks like. Requisitions and work-life benefits related to competency. And there's a lot going on here. And then the anomaly abilities, which go under A for anomaly. All right. Okay, and then at this point now we're getting to a new character. Custom tracks, whatever those might be for, and then space for notes. And then another agent. Okay, cool. This means nothing to us right now because we don't know the rules. Let's see what else we've got in this box. We've got some filler stuff. And here we go. Let's put this over here, actually, so we don't lose it. Let's see. So this, Missions for Triangle. So we're definitely not cracking this book open yet. But this is a nice, particularly, surprisingly thick hardcover. 12 designers, 12 missions, 6 murder suspects, 3 pirate captains, 10,000 rats, all-you-can-eat pizza, and 1 weird dog. Welcome to Turnian City, home of Triangle Agency's flagship office. Your assignments are just beyond the door. New general management, looking to spice up your team's fieldwork, or simply too busy to prepare? This book contains enough anomalies, characters, locations, rival corporations, and new abilities to last an agent's entire career. Each mission is written and illustrated by a different duo in collaboration with the game's designers. Together they paint a city as varied, complex, and dangerous as your yearly performance review. This book is designed for use of Triangle Agency, a tabletop role-playing game, yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, we're crack it open. Ooh, it's like slightly raised here. This little, whatever that is that we are apparently containing. Ooh, I kind of love that it's like cracked and you can see like stars inside. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. How weird is that dog? Well, I mean, probably very. Probably very. We do seem to have an animal control section up here right next to what appears to be some sort of crashed moon. Let's see here. We're not going to get too in detail because spoilers. Spoilers, right? Yeah, don't read me, so we don't. Read me, don't read me. Kind of love that. So there it is. Page 130 has our weird dog. Contents warning: pet death, children in danger, and divorce. Yeah. All right. So these are the adventures, right? Yeah, these are the adventures that we have. So we have Springs Eternal, Dead Quiet, Rom Dump, Sbarro number 641, 76 Bower Street, Gridhog, Hollow Suit, Weird Dog, Planet Providence, Murder at Gruntley Manor, Blame It on the Trains, and Nosedive. I mean, this, I don't want to spoil too much, but I do, we might go over one of them. But I really do want to run Panic at the Dog Park. I really do want to run this game. So, I'm keeping some of this stuff secret, So here's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time. Let's put you away. Here's where we're going to spend the bulk. Oh, bear with me. That's just a little filler thing. Pull the book out. Oof. Hey, I love the thing. You may notice down here some mysterious extra dice. We'll get to those. Those are apparently revealed at some point later on. The bulk of the dice that we're using is just this little bunch of D4s. That's how we rolled in this game. And I did some test rolls and I rolled very badly. So we'll see how that treats us. All right, what the heck? There we go. Make that alert go away. Also, just keep an eye on so the thing with a big overhead heavy show is that all my stuff is back here over my shoulders. I have to keep looking over to make sure ads aren't coming up, things haven't crashed, etc., etc. So please bear with me. But okay, Triangle Agency. This finally meat and or potatoes of this stream. Clock in, Save the World by Caleb Zane Hewitt and Sean Ireland. Triangle Agency is a tabletop. Okay, cool. Just making sure we are here. It's a tabletop role-playing game. An exciting new job opportunity for humans like you. It's mostly the same stuff we saw in the back of the box. For anyone who hopped to the stream a few minutes after, let's just go ahead and read through it. Also, it's slightly different because it's the book, not the box. Investigate supernatural anomalies, wield tremendous power, and take advantage of our comprehensive life insurance benefits, all from the comfort of your favorite table. This book includes everything necessary for you and a group of friends to experience the chilling horror, wacky comedy, and emotional truth that can only come from working for reality's most trustworthy corporation, 333 years running. Welcome to the first job of the rest of your life. All right, let's get to it. By the way, part of the reason I'm also excited about going through this, unrelated but semi-related, I think the new season of Severance starts in a week or two, I think, and I am hyped for that. I did not watch Severance when it first came out, mostly because it's siloed to Apple TV, but I yo-hoed it later on, and holy shit, that show is good. If you have not watched Severance, you should check it out. It did give me some flashbacks to my life in corporate America, and I suspect this book might do so too. Severance is it's not directly related. It's not like an SCP type of show, but those sort of weird corporate, and it goes places. It goes places. Some of the best sci-fi I've seen in a while. Big fan of Severance. I suggest check it out if you get the chance. All right, let's crack it open. All right, we've got some art, not too shabby, and I kind of dig that. That's a lot of eyes. That's a lot of eyes. All right. Triangle Agency. Also, another, well, we'll see them now, but another influence on this game. If you ever played the game Control, basically that. And if you haven't played the game Control, you should play the game Control. It's a good game. Terms and conditions. If you're reading this document, you have been selected to participate in Triangle Agency's tabletop role-playing game initiative. See, and if you try and skip over, it goes like, wait! You are not authorized to proceed until you have read the terms and conditions located just to your left. If you read this page first because of the large text, dramatic iconography, or because it seemed more approachable, you are an easy target for weaponized visual design. We've noted this in your file. Kind of love that, actually. So let's go back. Let's finish the terms and conditions. I'm not going to sign the book yet, but you know what? Well, let's get to it anyway. For your safety and the continued stability of our universe, oh, here we go, you are required to abide by the following conditions. 1. Reading pages out of order is dangerous. Attempt at your own risk. 2. Reading numberless pages is forbidden and hazardous to your continued employment. And 3. The text in this volume may not be interpreted. You may only read and execute its contents as intended by the Triangle Agency. All information beyond this point is agency property. Continued reading is considered agreement that all eyes, ears, thoughts, and digits involved in the consumption of this information also belong to the agency. There's no need for this, but if it generates positive feelings, you may assign your name as a reminder of the important life decision you are making of your own will. And then if I signed, I enthusiastically acknowledge the terms and conditions outlined above. So right out of the gate, I love that the game is just pulling you in, just straight up like, hey, hello, welcome to the first day of your new job. Sign here, please, for your terms. Who stole our HR manual, right? All right, so let's see. So we already read all this. So safe navigation of this document is imperative. Use the following guide to ensure you're only reading authorized sections. Read here, the Field Agent Manual. This section covers the basic knowledge required of your role at the agency and the rules everyone participating in this job/game must follow. All agents must read the section in its entirety. Blue Cog, General Manager's Toolkit. This section contains tables, diagrams, and other tools to support the work of agents selected for management. Only General Managers may read this section. And then play walled document. I love that. I love that little play hat on words. Play walled documents. This nonlinear section protects dangerous information and must only be accessed when necessary. You are not yet authorized to determine when is necessary. Once you are comfortable with your limitations, proceed to the following page to begin your training. Welcome to Triangle Agency. Excellent. I have been officially welcomed to Triangle Agency. Terms and conditions here. We go on the Field Agent Manual. So one thing I'm noticing doesn't come through on the video so much, but you might notice that like the pages, I've got this light and the pages are not getting like the shine back. It's not happening as bad as it is with some games. That's because unlike a lot of otherwise sort of fancy books, the pages on this are not glossy. They are matte. Not necessarily a complaint. Oof. I love what I'm seeing so far just with this little thing. Not necessarily a complaint, but a statement. It is a little unusual. I mean, they're high quality. Like the pages are thick. They feel good. This is high quality. It doesn't strike me as a sort of print-on-demand quality. But it is kind of notable, especially as we've been looking at so many games lately, and I have, like we looked at Exalted Essence, and that one's glossy pages. We looked at a few others. Glossy pages seems to be the rule for like big, heavy books like this. And look, this is like, again, solid, pretty much, a decently sized book. We got some foil. We got inner color. It's a quality product, but it does stand out a little that the pages are not glossy. That said, I'm not complaining. If anything, it makes my job easier because I don't have to worry so much about like, oh, I have to hold this at a specific angle so y'all aren't getting blinded by the glare from the little light overhead here. So yeah, I like that. Table of contents, all good. And what is Triangle Agency? Mission, value, reporting to work, field work, general employment, anomaly retrieval missions, anomaly retrieval equipment, anomaly retrieval outcomes, a perfect mission, anomalies in detail, threats in the field, capturing anomalies, agent performance metrics, alternate mission opportunities, some play wall documents, mission report and checklist using 4-sided dice, chaos, qualities and quality assurances, burnout, transcendence, stability, rolling. Okay, so all of this. So we'll at least go through all of this, and then as soon as we hit, actually no, maybe some of this stuff might be so general managers only are out here. So we really are kind of just looking at all of this, and then once we get to page 136, which is kind of like the DM section, right? We'll see how much further we can go. Because at the same time, I'm here to share this out, but I don't want to spoil people who will be playing the game later, who might be interested in playing, because I definitely want to run this for folks. All right. Oh, wait. Arc competencies? Wait. Arc anomalies, arc reality, caretaker over book, pursued star, struggling newborn, romantic backbone or creature. Arc competency, PR, R&D, barista, CEO, intern, gravedigger, reception, hotline, or clown. We'll see what that actually stands for soon enough. All right, what is Triangle Agency? Triangle Agency is a private corporation / tabletop role-playing game dedicated to understanding and containing paranormal phenomena in the modern world. These phenomena are known as anomalies, and they are extremely dangerous. While the agency employs a wide range of support staff, this document / game is primarily concerned with the entry-level position of field agent. These employees use their wits, charm, and expendability to further our mission in the wider world, often spending more time out of the office than within it. Field agent / player characters are hired for their status as resonants, mundane beings who have bonded with anomalies and gained supernatural powers. Hell yeah, already, I'm down. I was, when I hear about SCP style games, the first thing you think is like, all right, so you're just a normal dude with maybe like some access to some SCP equipment, maybe a little smarter than average, dealing with the supernatural, and there's nothing wrong with that at a base level, right? But I do like that here, like, no, again, your player characters are special. I personally gravitate more towards you're playing something special. You're not just some dude. So I appreciate that on a personal level. Let's see. Mundane beings who have bonded with anomalies and gained supernatural powers. At the agency, we believe everyone deserves to choose their future. Resonants, when discovered, are offered a choice between the special privileges of an agent or the typical captivity of an anomaly. We're glad you chose the former. Disregarding agency protocol, misusing your anomalous abilities, or requesting an irresponsible amount of sick leave may lead to premature termination of your employment. Thankfully, this never happens. What is tabletop role-playing? I think we can kind of skip this. We know what if you're on this stream and you don't know what a role-playing game is, please let me know on chat, and I'll see what I can do to explain. Otherwise, we're going to kind of move on. Necessities for participation. Between 1 and 5 other agents. These are often already provided by the agency and experienced as family, friends, and acquaintances. If you are having trouble finding your assigned field team, we recommend looking online. You are likely simulating tables in distant geographic locations. You need 6 4-sided dice, which, once again, we have. Okay, that's at least a success. I got 2 of them. The only important number is 3. If your set of dice displays unnecessary numbers, you are encouraged to remove them. Role-playing, like rollerblading? Yes, exactly. This is a game of balance and endurance, and does, in fact, like most tater pugs, require special footwear. A pliable mind, easily subject to influence. If you or your table self enjoys other tabletop role-playing games, you already have this in your possession. If not, for your safety, we recommend signing up for our training programs on The Fourth Wall, Suspension of Disbelief, Kayfabe, and Sense of Wonder. Measuring success. From this point forward, your behavior can earn commendations and demerits, our way of determining your value as an employee/player. You'll learn more about these metrics later. For now, understand that commendations are awarded to exceptional actions/people, and demerits are distributed for selfish and embarrassing behavior. Human flaw alert. Okay, red is scary. Let's go. It is possible that weak-willed individuals may perceive certain information in brackets like this. This is a known side effect of the psychological friction that comes from the tabletop role-playing game technique clashing with your lived experience. It should reduce in frequency as you acclimate to your position. So also, if you ever played Control, the video game, you'll notice that this, like this your table self, like this, like that little like division of like one thing, but it's actually multiple things, is very common in that game, and I love that this borrows that. Let's see. Our mission: stabilize reality. The universe was not meant to be observed. Observation creates thought. Thought shapes reality. An especially large accumulation of similar thoughts, or a particularly potent single thought, can create an unnatural distortion of what is right and true. We call these distortions anomalies. Anomalies are extremely dangerous. They must be captured and contained, lest they tear a hole in reality, leaving us vulnerable to forces far greater than any mundane mind can imagine. Triangle Agency, a private corporation acting in the public interest, rises to this challenge. Without the agency, there is chaos. And where there is chaos, there's destruction, suffering, and heartbreak. As a field agent, you're joining a long lineage of employees across the centuries and globe, bearing our universe's continued existence on their shoulders. Luckily, maintaining order in a chaotic world is a thankful job. Here's your first of many. Thank you. Star. If you're receiving gratitude for your work in the field, it is likely you have created a loose end. Eliminate the gratitude or grateful party immediately. Yes. You will earn your thanks, but also, if the public at large is thanking you, they shouldn't be. They should have no idea who you are, what you're doing, or that anomalies exist, and now you have to deal with that loose end. I kind of love that. Let's see. Why a corporation? An organization capable of combating the great threat anomalies pose needs to consolidate money and resources efficiently and easily, with high autonomy and low oversight. Government-aligned organizations are, by necessity, subservient to political interests. As a private corporation, the agency is able to serve only the mission, with no ulterior motives. To fund our mission, we develop and sell a wide array of products in every aisle of the store. Our subsidiaries like Ripple Clean, Realistic Clothing, and Stable Stables for the modern horse take advantage of anomalous power to create unique, reliable, and competitively priced merchandise. They also provide a public face for the agency, ensuring your day-to-day work is uninterrupted by pesky inquisitors and regulators. Okay, this approach reminds me of another video game, not Control, but Lobotomy Corporation, Lobotomy Corp. If you've never played Lobotomy Corp, actually no, let's turn that around. If you have played Lobotomy Corp, wow, I don't know anybody else on the planet who is even aware of Lobotomy Corp, much less has played it. I have played it once and it absolutely just destroyed me. And then I stopped playing because it is a very difficult game. But it is kind of like an SCP management thing. And in that game, you are managing anomalies in this sort of underground station. And the anomalies, you are a corporation. The anomalies, you have specific sort of methodologies of taking care of the anomalies, and by properly analyzing, taking care of the anomalies, etc., you are able to generate a sort of quote unquote clean energy, which is what that company in that game sells. So you're effectively using the anomalies to generate power. And of course, it's very difficult, and there's a whole plot to it. Big fan of Lobotomy Corporation and the Lobotomy Corp world. But yeah, that it reminds me, this approach that we're like, we're making products out of the anomalies reminds me of that game and kind of that approach. You're getting us great PR. Now stop it. Exactly, Hawkeye. It's like, this is great. Like, hey, we did this. Public approval is at 95%. Incredible. That said, the public should not be approving. The public should not know we exist. So, I love it. All right, our values. Access denied. If you would like to view this page in full, please stare at it for a while and imagine what might be inside. Interpret the possibilities by examining the other pages of this document. When you believe you have figured it out, please write the following on an envelope and personally deliver a report of your understanding to the nearest agency office. 2. I agree to be held indefinitely. Vault room number 309. Triangle Agency, your town, from your signature. Kind of love that too. I agree to be held indefinitely. All right, reporting to work. Every agent is assigned to a branch, a semi-autonomous unit of business that handles all of the agency's dealings in a single geographical region. Branches are typically, but not always, attached to a single city or town. Each branch has a unique structure and a level of funding that reflects how important they are to our mission. In every branch, you will find headquarters, set of employees who handle the day-to-day business, and at least one field team full of agents like you. Decades of rigorous analysis suggest that agents are most effective in places they know well, so you have likely been assigned to the branch that currently serves your local area. Each branch is unique, but they all fall into two major categories: major metropolitan areas and other. Most branches are located at the heart of a civic, cultural, or economic center. The most distinguished of these are headquarters and stately, gleaming skyscrapers enrobed in lush, wall-to-wall carpeting and bathed in efficient, dependable fluorescent light. Their dozens or hundreds of staff work tirelessly to stabilize reality, serve our customers, and support our affiliates. The hallways within these branches buzz with activity as couriers hand-deliver messages, phones ring with the hum of global commerce, and coffee of every known strength brews morning, noon, and night. Others may run a lean operation due to a low level of anomalous activity or a high need for discretion. These branches are driven by an admirable dedication to efficiency and can often be seen setting up shop in such diverse settings as an employee's home, a network of storage units, or an unused section of sewer unmonitored by city officials. The luckiest of all agents will be hired to work in Turnion City, where our global headquarters resides. The following page provides a glimpse of its lobby, which may soon become your daily view. Let's just check that lobby. Ooh, look at that. Very red. Very red. This reminds me a little bit. I love the triangles. I don't know why. It has chat. Has anybody in chat ever been to Dragon Con and the hotel, the main hotel at Dragon Con? It's not a match, no, but that's like the first vibe that I got. That's sort of like the big sort of sci-fi hotel from Dragon Con vibes. Hey, King Pine, welcome in, friend, welcome in. I hope this Wednesday is treating you well. Yeah, checking out Triangle Agency today, as I did warn people I would do yesterday. All right, and then other agents who live in rural regions can expect to shoulder a burden no less grave, merely less concentrated. These branches tend to cover a wide area of sparsely populated, checking the cameras, all right, here we go, sparsely populated land, and are best for agents who like a slower pace and a more wild lifetime. Here you'll frequently find yourself patrolling residential neighborhoods, taking statements from local business owners, and venturing away from dependable cellular service. Headquarters for these branches commonly provide both space and privacy for their employees. Many are outfitted with lavish wood paneling, overstock furniture from the Triangle at Home collection, and up to one refrigerator. Recent surveys have revealed that these remote offices average a bulletin board to employee ratio approaching 2-to-1. Let's get those numbers up. Whether in an office park, hunting lodge, or retrofitted pizza franchise, rural branches trade the power and prestige of their urban counterparts for a working life perfectly tailored to their local needs. All right, let's check it out. So, field work. This entry-level position slash game is primarily concerned with field work, the business of patrolling, investigating, and influencing the mundane world to further the agency's mission. As field agents, you have 3 priorities. 3 is a big number in this game. Preserve reality for mundane beings. First and foremost, you must keep knowledge of anomalies to a minimum in the wider world. To measure your success, the agency tracks loose ends, people with experience or evidence of the supernatural. 2. Apprehend anomalies for storage in the vault. Whether by enticement or exhaustion, wild anomalies must be brought to safety in the vault, a special containment facility in a secret location with entrances at every agency branch. There, they can be studied and preserved rather than eliminated. Lucky them. And number 3, control yourself for long-term employability. Residents, like you, are permitted to use anomalous abilities in the pursuit of items 1 and 2, but are expected to maintain professionalism and resist the temptation to abuse those abilities elsewhere. So basically, you have superpowers. You're only allowed to use them as part of your job. General employment. Between missions, there's plenty of work to be done. All agents are assigned a competency, which describes the work you do in or service to the office. You might monitor our image as a public relations employee, serve drinks in the lobby as a barista, or relax in the plush recliners of the CEO department. There are 9 options for entry-level employees explained near the end of this manual. Field work is mandatory, but your commitment to the work between missions will determine how far you climb in the company. When the time comes to decide where you fit in long term, your hours in the office and resistance to outside distractions will heavily influence your placement. You are permitted to continue your mundane life outside of the agency, but your friends, family, and acquaintances must not know the details of your work. Please remember that for a resident like you, a mundane life is a privilege. Our priority is to the agency's mission, and yours should be as well. For additional details, please consult the following graphic. Ding! What a simple and uncomplicated... Oh my god, that's the trolley problem. What a simple and uncomplicated decision! Ding! So, one path leads to the trolley running over everything in existence and the future of all reality. The other path runs over the unnecessary indulgences of mundane desire. What a simple and uncomplicated decision. I kind of love this. I kind of love this. Anomaly retrieval missions. So the most common mission / play session has 3 parts. One is the morning meetings. Your general manager will introduce scenes from your daily lives and the time leading up to the mission. This eases your team into the tabletop role-playing game technique with low-pressure conversation while you perform your general agency duties or spend time with a mundane relationship. Eventually, you'll be called in for a briefing, which will detail your mission's leads. The second is investigation. After the briefing provided by your GM, agents identify... Dan, you know how to read. Agents investigate leads to find areas and people affected by the target anomaly. While reducing loose ends wherever possible, you will follow the anomaly's trail until you find its place of power, which we call the domain. And finally, encounter. Once you enter the anomaly's domain, it is up to you and your fellow agents to endure whatever defenses or demands it throws your way. Assuming all goes well, you will capture the anomaly and deposit it in the vault for further research. In less ideal situations, it may escape or need to be neutralized. Excellent, excellent. All right, let's see. Anomaly retrieval equipment. So the first thing we have here is all teams are equipped with the following positions. 1, the normal briefcase, which PS happens to be... let me put this over here. Actually, no, let's just put it in here, actually. Why not? Why not? There we go. Kind of put this stuff here. There we go. So we have a, once again, normal briefcase, which is right here. Actual in-game. Look, I'm a sucker, an absolute fool, a rube, a hideous boob when it comes to this sort of shit. All right, you give me something that is the thing that is in the game, and I'm sold. I'm sold. And I can trace this back to when I was a kid and I played the Ultima games, and those crappy looking, by today's standards, definitely crappy looking games were still the most immersive things I'd ever seen in my life, because when you bought the little game box, it brought a cloth map, it brought physical books that felt like they were from the world, like they had texture, and the paper was parchment, and there were runes on them, and there was a metal ankh, and then you would see the thing in the game, and it was like, oh my god, these things are real. I am the avatar of legend. I love that shit. I absolutely love it. So the fact that I got the normal briefcase in here, it makes me happy. It makes me happy. Also, I distinctly remember from their Kickstarter that they had a physical version of the ripple gun here, but it was a ridiculous. I think it might have been just one. I don't remember if they. It does look, yeah. It's been loved. It's been well loved. It's got stickers. It's got more stickers here. It's been well loved. But I think they only had like one model. Like, I'm not gonna bag. I'm a fan of this, but I'm not gonna. I don't remember even how much money, because it was like a Weta quality, like prop replica. Ridiculous. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let me check and make sure that my camera is still. Actually, you know what? Can I? Okay, can I move this camera just a little bit more here and kind of do this? Bear with me, folks. I'm just trying to adjust. So there we go. So it feels a little more natural to me. There we go. Because I'm important. I'm the one, right? Anyway, let me check. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're about 12 minutes away from the first ad break. So plenty of time. Let me sip my rapidly cooling. Let me sip my rapidly cooling tea. And get right to it. The normal briefcase. This uninteresting and nondescript briefcase is capable of capturing and safely holding an anomaly of any size. For the normal briefcase to work, the anomaly must be exhausted, calmed, or willing. Successfully capturing an anomaly typically requires identifying its focus, the thought or feeling that created it. And then we've got the ripple gun. This weapon was originally a prop from an American science fiction television show in the 1970s. It is the only device known to be able to directly disrupt anomalous resonance. As long as the ripple gun can be aimed directly at an unobstructed target anomaly, it can be discharged. It can be discharged to neutralize it permanently. It can expend only a single charge before it must be replenished at the agency. Discharging the ripple gun for any purpose other than neutralizing the mission's target earns an agent 3 demerits. The ripple gun has a built-in safety that prevents it from discharging at resonance. Please ensure you are never standing between the ripple gun and its intended target. Why do I think that I've seen the show the gun is from? You know, you might have. It feels like, yeah. Television show in 1970. What's a requisition? Requisition is our catch-all term from any items created through anomalous research. Following your first mission, you'll gain access to many more useful tools like these that you can purchase for easier field work. Anomaly retrieval outcomes. The agency recognizes only 3, again, 3 is a big number in this game, possible outcomes for an anomaly retrieval mission. 1 is captured. Anomaly is delivered via a normal briefcase or other method directly to the vault. This is the ideal mission result for which all agents receive 3 commendations. Awesome! Neutralized. The anomaly is destroyed with the ripple gun or other method. This is regrettable, but sometimes necessary. No commendations or demerits rewarded. Escaped. If the anomaly is neither captured nor neutralized, all agents receive 3 demerits. Anomalies allowed to escape become suspicious, harder to capture, and prone to inconvenient revenge seeking. Now we've got some optional objectives down here. For each mission, your GM will issue a few optional objectives during your briefing. Optional objectives always have a condition and a reward. There will typically be between 1 and 3 optional objectives for a given mission, and they can be fulfilled any amount of times by any combination of agents, unless noted. Try to maximize your commendations earned. Some examples: fire a warning shot, plus 1 commendation. Speak to a card-carrying member, plus 3 commendations once per agent. Or step on a tile, plus 1 demerit. These objectives may contain important guidance to aid you in your mission, but they may also fulfill unrelated agency goals. Your GM is neither required nor expected to explain the process behind defining and issuing optional objectives. So, tabletop RPG, right? Tabletop RPGs generally tend to be very, open-ended, right? Because tabletop RPG. But we're definitely, and I may be hypersensitive to it because we just finished going through Fabula Ultima, which has some very clear call-outs and callbacks to, a JRPG video game. But this also feels very video gamey, right? Like, you've got your specific, defined results. You've got, optional objectives for your missions. You are trying to do the objectives gets you points that you can use. This, it's it's a game, right? Tabletop RPG. But, this has that sort of, video gamey kind of feel. Not a complaint. A perfect mission. Okay, here's an example of a team of field agents performing commendably on the job. And I think once we hit that page, it'll be time for the ad, so we'll see how that treats us. Agents Idowu, Saburo, and Levi are working diligently at their desks during their morning meetings when they are called to a briefing. Their general manager, Trina, tells them of an anomaly in downtown Turnian City that is turning humans inside out. The agency discovered this from an intercepted and quarantined social media post featuring an eyeball that has fallen perfectly into a meatball sub. The agents begin their investigation at this meatball sub store, where the owner explains the sudden swap of skin and organs she witnessed. The owner is convinced everything is perfectly normal, and a loose end is not left behind. The agents cleverly deduce that the anomaly's focus is a sandwich artist's desire to keep all ingredients inside the sandwich. He does not want to discuss it, but a book of sandwich photography has been speaking to him and pushing him to improve by turning a human inside out anytime he fails to create a perfect sandwich. The agents visit the sandwich artist's apartment above the store, which has become the anomaly's domain. The agents encounter the anomaly and convince it to let its guard down by making a set of perfect sandwiches while carefully avoiding being turned inside out. The team's combined desire for perfection sates the book of sandwich photography long enough for it to be captured in the normal briefcase. The sandwich artist is convinced everything is perfectly normal, and a loose end is not left behind. Once the normal briefcase is deposited safely back at the local Triangle Agency branch, the agents return to their desks and get back to work. Another incredible success. And that is exactly how all missions are going to go, right? I cannot imagine that this is so simple. I cannot imagine a mission going out of parameters with such a clearly defined set of steps and rules, right? So, let's see, how much time do we have? Oh, I went through that a lot quicker than I thought I was going to, so we can actually start learning about anomalies. Yeah, anomalies in detail. Look, it's a whole lot of sheep. As mentioned, an anomaly is a large accumulation of similar thoughts or a particularly potent single thought that has gained the ability to affect reality directly. The complete life cycle of an anomaly is protected information, and that will become available to you later in your career. But this section will describe the most important details. Anomalies are not created in reality and thus are not bound by its rules. The thought or feeling that birthed them defines the extent of their power and guides their actions, which makes even simple ones extremely dangerous. Imagine a monster fueled only by hate and given limitless strength to destroy what it wants. A disembodied obsession, puppeteering its target into a false romance, or the satisfaction of athletic swimming, flooding a city to share its benefits with everyone. They may express human-like behavior or appear to have human intent, but this is an illusion. Anomalies are uncaring, unconcerned with human life, and at best, oblivious to the suffering they create. These beings express their destructive potential in as many different ways as there are thoughts. While one may grow to an enormous size and crush buildings for fun, another might manifest as a network of disembodied ears to collect a region's secrets. They can be canny enough to play off of human emotions and desires. Many of the most insidious anomalies enlist the help of gullible humans. Without a resonant host, they struggle to remain in reality and will gradually disappear. But this process can take years. The damage they deal in the meantime and the loss of opportunity to study them makes inaction unfeasible. Resonance, an anomaly's fingerprint. So we are playing resonance. We are people who resonate, who have a resonance with an anomaly of some kind. So let's see. Before sending agents on field missions, we track anomalies by monitoring mundane society. As a former subway manager, this hits too close to home. As somebody, okay, my NDAs are well and truly expired by now. So before I got laid off last year, my last client was Subway. I was working for, like, my employer was another company, but I was contracted out to work for Subway. So Subway Corporate was my client at the time. And that's about as much as I'm willing to say now that NDA is off. But I didn't get, I mean, yes, I got to hear a little bit of scuttlebutt on what happens in the actual franchisees, but boy, oh boy, wow, that place is kind of a shit show, honestly. I wonder how they're doing, because I can tell you right away that having me working for them was one of the things that kept several critical systems over there running. So, I mean, I haven't heard anything in the news, so I'm guessing they found somebody else who could also keep the systems running. Good for them. Good for them. But yeah, corporate was kind of a shit show. Let me tell you that much. Makes sense as to why you left. Also, everyone. Okay, no worries, Potato. Have fun. Have fun. Hope your day goes well. Hope to catch you later at another stream, friend. Okay, let's get back to it. How are we doing on time? Ooh, we've got just about enough time to read up on resonances. An anomaly's fingerprint. By sending agents on field missions, we track anomalies by monitoring mundane society for unusual and unexplainable phenomena and then scanning for resonance, a signature pattern of energy left behind by anomalous effects. The exact pattern of and tracking method for this resonance is dangerous information. If you would like to learn more, think carefully about why you would want to do that. Again, I love how the writing on this. It tickles me. It tickles me. Personal anomalies. No matter what they tell you or how familiar with them you are, maintaining control of your personal anomaly is paramount. The resonant anomaly relationship is an exchange. The anomaly gets the safety and stability of a mundane body, and the resonant gains access to impossible power. Typically, this parasitic process would eventually progress until the anomaly destroys the host, you. As long as you're employed, we at the agency are able to keep your personality dominant and your form stable. We limit the use of your personal anomaly to specific abilities because without our assistance, you would quickly be overwhelmed by your own power. While not every position at the agency offers a salary, all agents are paid an exposure to the stability that the agency provides. All right, components of an anomaly. Anomalies are most precisely defined as unreal beings with two unique traits, a focus and a domain. An anomaly's focus is the thought it was born from, which feeds and empowers it now. Anomalies will aggressively pursue the replication of their focus in mundane minds, but they are not creatures of nuance. They may interpret a complex idea literally, engineer circumstances to force an emotion that they prefer, or protect things and people they find precious to a smothering degree. Rarely do they have a conscious understanding of their own focuses, and as a result, will often pursue counterproductive courses of actions according to what feels correct. Our research in the Vault has determined that focuses have two parts, a feeling and a subject. As anomalies seek replication of their focus, they will typically alter the subject to more easily evoke the desired feeling. For example, the focus disgust for sewage might lead an anomaly to create monsters, smells, and situations which make the sewer seem disgusting to more people. The focus love of this old tree might push an anomaly to give the tree hypnotizingly beautiful flowers, forcing love from anyone who looks upon them. Understanding an anomaly's focus and temporarily indulging it to build trust is the most common path towards capturing it. An anomaly's domain is its place of power, and typically the spot where it broke into reality. Entering the domain is highly dangerous, but almost always necessary, to find the anomaly itself. These are often the places where their focus is most powerfully felt. Okay, so I like that approach to anomalies. Like, what they're basically like, not memes per se, but just like thoughts. Like I mean, it's a focus, right? But it's a thought, it's a feeling, it's an emotion that's kind of like, I guess, gained the power from outside reality and become something else. I really like that approach. I really like that. We didn't realize the book came a little bookmark, which, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and place it right there, because guess what? Before we start reading about threats in the field and how to capture anomalies, you know what it is, folks. You know what it is. We got to do the ads. We got to do... Oh, ads already started. Ads already started. Never mind. We'll be right back. You know, where's my headset? You know, clearly these big overhead shows, I need to, you know what, maybe I can just move this screen over here somewhere. Give me a second. I have screens. Basically, the way I'm monitoring all y'all, I've got an iPad. It's doing the thing. So if I can just kind of move the iPad over here. Oh, no, 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 stop it, camera, don't fall over. Okay, so if I do that, that should allow me. Let's see if that works. That should allow me. Let's go ahead and switch over to the overhead. All right, there we go. Now I can actually see when the ads are coming and get a better view. Okay, so now I can see what's happening. I'm gonna need to set up some kind of stand over on over where you all are, basically, to get a better view. But this will be also, this camera got moved. There we go. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's get back to it. I think we were going to learn something about anomalies. Also, hope everybody survived the ads fine. I'm going to make a quick roll to see how people did during the ads. Well, that's a success. It's one at least. Did generate 5 chaos, I believe, as a result on that. So enjoy the chaos, I suppose. Enjoy the chaos. But at least we did successfully survive and came out the other side of the ads. All right. Threats in the field. These are the greatest dangers you will face as you attempt to reach the anomalies domain. All right, speaking of chaos, which we apparently just generated 5 of, let's see what that is. Chaos is an anomalous energy. Also, Afreitas, I see you there. I see you there. Welcome in, friend. Welcome in. You have a personal anomaly already? I think we all have some personal anomalies to deal with these days. I am a personal anomaly. Folks, let me tell you, oh my God. Trying to just live through life is raw dog life when you desperately need your ADHD meds and of course cannot get them because healthcare is a fucking joke in this country. Hi, Luigi. Yeah, it's a wild time. It's a wild time. Speaking of which, chaos is an anomalous energy added to the universe as a result of your field team's actions. Anomalies can wield chaos for many purposes and to deadly effect. While we encourage you to use your abilities to complete your mission, we urge you to pay attention when chaos is created. Your general manager will track chaos in an abstract space called the chaos pool and describe how the anomaly uses it against you with chaos effects. Chaos effects are unknown until they are used against you and can vary in cost and detail between anomalies. Every anomaly style is different, but by paying attention you may be able to identify patterns for the anomalies in your area. Any unused chaos disappears at the end of each mission. Okay, so we'll get to minor anomalies quickly, but okay, that explains a little bit of what we saw. Let's kind of crack open the normal briefcase again, right? Because we saw these results. Yeah, there we go. These roll results here. And if you get a fail, it generates 6 plus chaos, single success, 5 chaos, 2 successes, 4 chaos, 3 is the right sentence, that's all good. 4 successes still generates 2 chaos, 5 successes generates 1 chaos, 6 full successes generates 0 chaos. So you're going to be generating, sounds like you're going to be generating a lot of chaos. I mean, again, I've been rolling, and almost every roll I've made on these, is it showing? No. Almost every roll I've made on these 6d4s has been either a 0 or 1. I think we got a single trisentence at one point. Let me try again. Okay, that's a 2. Yeah, that's a 2. Like, I would have kind of expected the odds to be a little bit higher for more successes than that. That all said, look at this. Most rolls succeed, but also most rolls generate some level of chaos, and then chaos appears to be straight up just a currency the GM can spend to fuck with the players, which, you know, I as a GM appreciate. But I like that. It very much, you know, that it's not even a fail forward thing because you're succeeding forward, but it's more like success. Almost every success brings some level of consequence with it. I guess let's see how that feels as we go. But just from a few test rolls that I've made so far, I can tell a lot of chaos is going to get generated at the table. All right, there we go. Square it all up. Minor anomalies. Seems like a succeed at a cost style thing. Yeah, exactly. It's very much success at a cost. Almost every single time. So I wonder, like, once we actually see some anomalies and see what the chaos costs are for the various abilities and all that stuff, then, you know, we'll get a better vibe for what that feels like. Because, for example, I've made like 3 test rolls so far, and in those 3 test rolls alone, I've generated like 15 chaos, right? So how bad would that be in an actual game, I wonder? Let's see. Minor anomalies. An unreal being without a domain or focus is called a minor anomaly. More powerful anomalies will use chaos to recruit these flexible, purposeless beings to reach beyond their typical limitations. These creatures can imprison agents, lure mundane targets into dangerous situations, and even increase the amount of chaos generated around them. Minor anomalies do not typically generate enough anomalous material to be revenue positive, so we recommend you destroy them on site with abilities, requisitions, or a large amount of physical force. Loose ends. Loose ends are mundane minds with sensory evidence of the anomalous. Avoiding these is an extremely high priority. If mundane minds are exposed to any dangerous reality destabilizing ideas by your abilities or those of a target, it's your job to convince them that everything is perfectly normal. Failing that, you must ensure that they are unable to spread evidence in a way others will believe. A loose end is not exactly equivalent with a single mind because the danger is primarily in their ability to spread. A married couple with all of the same friends may only be one loose end, while a trusted public figure could represent more than a dozen on their own. Your general manager will often say things like, "The crowd of people counts as 10 loose ends. You will have to do something about them before you leave." Or, "You can use that ability, but because someone else can see you, they'll become one loose end." Knowledge of anomalies bolsters their power. Your field team's accumulated loose ends increase the amount of chaos usable by anomalies at the start of each mission. Sloppy work can have fatal or frustrating consequences down the line. Interesting. So, I mean, leaving loose ends is just like, it's against your job, right? And in fact, you probably won't get, what was it that we saw? Like, you probably won't get too many commendations. You might get some demerits and such. For leaving loose ends, but also like there are consequences. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Like if you leave loose ends about, the field teams accumulate loose ends, increasing. Yeah, the more loose ends there are, and the more loose ends you've been leaving throughout the investigation, the more chaos the anomalies can use. So interesting. We'll see. I guess we'll see how that works. But now I'm thinking, okay, so I've generated like 15 chaos from these bad rolls that I've made. But if there are no loose ends, then maybe the anomaly can only spend a little bit of that chaos at a time. But if there's lots of loose ends, maybe it can spend like 10 chaos and do something crazy, right? I kind of like that. It gives, again, an in-game mechanism and reason for cleaning up loose ends beyond just like, well, you know, you got to do something, right? Or, you know, it's part of the mission and we'll get yelled at if we don't. It's like there are also straight up mechanical penalties for leaving too many loose ends. And I dig that. Scheduling. Occasionally your table cells will interfere with mission completion by believing they forgot or have more important things going on the day of the mission. This is a lie and can simply be ignored. Capturing anomalies. Once you've identified an anomaly's focus and entered its domain, calming an anomaly for capture in the normal briefcase usually requires one of the following methods: satisfying its focus temporarily, leading to contentment, convincing it that the actions are counterproductive, leading to confusion, or removing the source of its focus, leading to despair. Back in A Perfect Mission, the agents followed the first path. They might have instead shown the anomaly how the sandwich artist's perfectionism was ruining his life, or removed the sandwich artist from the situation entirely. Not every option works for every anomaly. If you cannot identify any path towards these results, an alternate method is exhausting its energy with a large amount of physical force. Anomalies typically take on a form related to their focus, or inhabit an object or animal from within their domain. An anomaly's appearance may be a clue to these details, and in some cases, its greatest weapon. Exercise great caution when dealing with an anomaly that has taken on the guise of a sentient being. All right, here we go. Performance metrics. Commendations and demerits. Commendations. Commendations are a sign that you're doing great work. Your GM will reward these when you act in agency-approved ways. Commendations use our patented emotional currency system, which means you can feel the approval of the entire agency upon receipt. This feeling has been reported as similar to an approving smile from a trusted mentor, an extra drink falling from a vending machine, rest in an indent sized perfectly to your body, or the discovery that someone else has performed a needed furniture repair while you were away. For many, though, the satisfaction of an increasing number is enough. Activities that reward commendations, successfully capturing anomalies, fulfilling your competency sanctioned behaviors, completing certain optional objectives, helpfully clarifying a rule for another agent, identifying when another agent should receive a demerit, and demonstrating exemplary loyalty to the agency as determined by your GM. Commendations determine who receives a mission's MVP award and are used to purchase requisitions, including office perks, merchandise, and investigation tools to boost your self-esteem and mission success. Okay, before I move on, I do have to say, this is at the very least a yellow flag, if not a red flag here. Identifying when another agent should receive a demerit. I'm always a little cautious and prickly about any game mechanic that can introduce intra-party conflict, right? And having somebody in the party who's looking to see if other people in the party are fucking up so they can effectively report them, and then rewarding them for that makes sense within the setting. Like, office life is office life, office politics are office politics and whatnot. But for a game itself, I worry a little bit about that one. That's all I say. But let's see what the merits are like. Maybe I'm worried for no reason, right? But that is my gut level immediate reaction to seeing that little bit there. Demerits. Demerits are a way of politely telling you there's room for improvement. You shouldn't accrue very many of these, and thanks to the emotional currency system, you won't want to. The feeling of receiving a demerit has been likened to a loud microphone feedback, a single precious object missing upon your return home, receiving an email, or suddenly realizing everyone is hanging out without you. Oof. Activities that accrue. Also, I just love that like they literally have it set up so that like you feel the emotional currency system. Your character actually feels something when they get these. Activities that accrue demerits are allowing anomalies to escape, discharging the ripple gun on unimportant targets, violating your competency's prime directive, completing certain optional objectives, using your anomaly abilities outside of work, bending or breaking the rules of the game for narrative purposes, interesting, or disloyal behavior or negative agency-related speech as determined by your GM. Agency standing. Demerits adjust your agency standing. Agents begin their careers in good standing. Anytime you gain a demerit, you immediately erase your previous standing and replace it with your new standing. And then this links to this little table here. So at 0 demerits, you're in good standing. At 1 demerit, needs improvement. 2 demerits, needs serious improvement. 3 demerits, that employee. I think we all know who that employee is. I think I might have been that employee at my last company. 4 demerits, alone at lunch, crying sad on the toilet. 5 demerits, target of passive aggression, rude. At 6 demerits, you are disinvited to parties. 7 demerits, we had such high hopes for you. 8 demerits, there's still time to change. 9 demerits, please do not do this. And 10 plus demerits, frozen yogurt room access revoked. The worst of all possible fates. Also, I think, let me see, wait, was it demerits? Looking at this is, no, okay, burnout is what takes, yeah, I'm looking at like burnout. Demerits don't affect the rolling, looks like. Okay, cool. Alternate mission opportunities. Anomaly retrieval is not the only type of mission. Depending on your branch's effectiveness, location, and political climate, your GM might send your field team to complete one of the following alternate missions. Cleanup, when an anomaly destroys itself or is captured by another field team, but many loose ends were created. Agents are sometimes sent to track down the individuals involved and control the spread of dangerous knowledge. Usually, field teams will be sent to areas outside of their typical region for these missions. Think of them as a working vacation. If you've been accruing enough loose ends that your region is feeling dangerously chaotic, try requesting a cleanup mission in your region to revisit your past mistakes and clean up after yourself. And market disruption. Occasionally, a mundane organization or powerful figure catches wind of our activities and attempts to expose or emulate us. Field agents may be sent out to distract, redirect, or eliminate these competitors. Targets for market disruption missions might be discovered during other work. While the agency's first priority is always active anomalies, those who use anomalous power for their own gain must be dealt with eventually as well. Are you good at identifying problems before they happen? Request a market disruption mission by alerting your GM to a potential threat in your area. I kind of like this. So this is like the fact that they're both saying like, hey, you can request these types of missions called mission opportunities. I kind of dig that because they are in fact ways of like kind of like cleaning up after yourself a little bit. Like, so do you want one of those missions? Yes, right? All right, let's keep going here. Play walled doc. Again, I love the literal play on words for that one, really. Play walled documents. Let's see. One of the many advancements made for the Triangle Agency Tabletop Role-Playing Game Initiative is our unique play-to-play system. To protect you from an overwhelming amount of complicated and forbidden information, many rules and features are hidden behind the play wall, located on page 198 after the General Manager's Toolkit. After certain successes, failures, or choices, you'll be directed to visit special play walled documents by a symbol that looks like this. It'll lock on a page and then go to A1. Play wall documents are personal and should only be shared if the information or effects you've accessed become relevant to play. You are now officially cleared to there we go, to go to A1 behind the play wall to see the entry labeled Mission Report. When you have, please return here immediately and do not look at, read, or experience anything else on the way. If you do, make a note to remind your general manager that you are beginning your employment/campaign with 1 demerit for each illegitimately observed page. Be sure to update your standing. All right, so go to A1. Let's see, A, B, A, to A1. Okay, this is the play wall. This is the play wall. But we were specifically told not to ignore, to not experience anything but A1. So let's skip. Okay, A1. This is the only one we care for. This is the only one we care for. A1. In fact, can I somehow block A2? I don't want anybody getting any demerits here. We're just gonna kind of push this over here. Here we go. You can barely see A2. It's very important. I want no demerits for anybody. Hey, I'm blocking myself with the book, but this is for your own good, people. It's for your own good. All right. A1 mission report anomaly status. So we got a mission report. We got the status. Oh, so this is like a tracker thing. And you got a final grade for GM, how much chaos, any superlatives, probation, participation, anomaly analysis, so alias, behavior, focus, domain, keep track of loose ends, keep track of optional objectives, completed mission report earns 3 commendations, a thorough mission report earns 6 commendations for each member of the team. Oh, so basically once you literally have to fill out a mission report at the end of your mission, and filling out the report correctly will earn everybody on the team commendations. That's adorable. I kind of love it. Okay, right back to this. We don't want to break any company rules. Not on our first day. Not on our first day. Okay, let's continue. Agency OS. The Playwall document section, like the rest of this manual, is created, edited, and monitored by Agency OS, proprietary agency software which automatically micromanages employees to build the perfect document for your field team. Everything you do, say, and write is transmitted to Agency OS for analysis. It turns your mission reports into work briefs for Vault architects, your behavior into updated manuals for future employees, and your food preferences into cafeteria offerings. Next time you're feeling watched, say, "Thank you, Agency OS." I do love this. I really do. All right, let's see. The mission report. This must be filled out by your field team. That's what we were looking at, this document here. Must be filled out by your field team during every mission and submitted for our records. A thoroughly completed mission report awards everyone on the team 6 commendations each. Anomaly status, whether the anomaly was captured, neutralized, or allowed to escape. Note, that the other option is only appropriate in missions that are not concerned with anomaly retrieval. Seems to have a paranoia feel to it. Yeah, there is a little bit of that. There is definitely. I mean, we didn't see because it's kind of like diving in immediately into. Yeah, it's diving in immediately into just the in-world. Like it's almost an in-world document and a game at the same time. So we didn't really get like the usual, like at the beginning here, a sort of like, hey, here are the inspirations for this. I mean, unless it skipped something. No, I don't see anything in the what is tabletop role playing thing section, but. From the Kickstarter, I want to say that, yeah, they did kind of mention that paranoia was one of the influence. Like paranoia, control, SCP, stuff like John Scalzi's Laundry series, a few others like that. Let's see. So anomaly status, we already did that. Loose ends. Agents must mark any loose ends accrued during this mission. Agents are not required to track anything beyond the number, though noting identities may provide opportunities to clean them up in a later mission. And anomaly analysis. Use this space to collect important details about the anomaly you are investigating. Alias is a code name for the anomaly, usually decided by your field team. Behaviors for the anomalies, likes, dislikes, abilities, and anything else useful to its continued study in the vault. Focus is the idea of emotion that it seeks to replicate in its targets, and domain is the anomaly's place of power, often the site of its incursion into reality. Final mission grade. Your GM will review this report and provide a letter grade to indicate your field team's performance. Superlatives will be explained after your first mission is complete. Wait, superlatives? Where did we see that on the page here? Yeah, I don't see that. You just get a final grade, so superlatives might be something that we'll see later. The fact that it's explained here, but it's not shown here, kind of a minor hiccup. But all right, post-mission checklist. Mission results: captured, 3 commendations to each agent; neutralized, no commendations; escaped, 3 demerits to each agent. Okay, we kind of saw that already back here. No, actually, sorry, back here. Yeah. Anyway, report completion: exemplary, thorough, no mistakes, 6 commendations to each agent; complete, everything answered approximately correct upon vault review, 3 commendations to each agent; or incomplete or inaccurate, no commendations or demerits. Optional objectives: award commendations and demerits for all completed optional objectives, and a final defense. Agents may beseech general managers for commendations they did not receive or forgot to draw attention towards during the mission. They may also attempt to expunge demerits from the record they believe were given inaccurately. After final defense, the events of a mission cannot be referenced again for future rewards. Superlatives are awarded following final defense. Okay, so I guess we'll see what superlatives are after our first mission, but that's interesting because you can get demerits for breaking the rules of the game for narrative purposes, and of course disloyal behavior or negative agency related speech as determined by your GM. So like it's an excuse for your GM to kind of just give demerits whenever they kind of feel like it a little bit, but then there is this like final defense thing where you can kind of fight back against those otherwise unfair demerits. I like that, I think, like that question mark, but it has to be a very intentional, like the GM has to kind of know what they're doing and has to be playing sort of fairly. Like a good GM will actually probably abuse this a little. I wonder if we'll get any guidance on that on the GM section. Hopefully you will. But my instinct, like how I feel about this, a GM would probably purposefully kind of abuse these a little to sort of reflect that, you know, the corporate bullshit, right? Just the day-to-day corporate bullshit life. But then they should also be willing to take some of those back if a player does a proper kind of final defense, I think. Otherwise, what's the point, right? And that's a little bit of a balancing act, because I've known enough GMs that would like, no, if I gave you a demerit, it's valid. I wouldn't have given you a demerit if it's not valid, kind of thing, right? Like, GM, you're not an actual boss here. You're playing a game. It's for fun. Like, play into it, right? That's my initial vibe for how that is. So like I said, I like it, question mark, because it's gonna require knowing how to handle that. And it's not going to be necessarily a good mechanic for all GMs and all players, I don't think. Using 4-sided dice, which is what I've been trying to do all this game and sucking at so hard. Let's just do a roll just to see how we feel. Again, a single success. It's better than 0, I suppose. We're up to like 20 chaos. Chaos line go up. Directly affecting reality comes with risks, even for the agency. Every roll invites the chance for chaos to seep into our world and empower hostile anomalies. Your GM spends chaos when an anomaly takes specific supernatural actions against you and your problems. More chaos equals more problems. Mark, this is not entirely linear. See chart for details. Problems per chaos. When you roll, each die that does not show a 3 adds 1 chaos. Okay, so you don't even need to consult the chart that much. It's just go like, okay, here's 2 successes and 4 chaos. That's just how that is. And if we roll again, ooh, that's a Transcendence. So no chaos, Transcendence, special effects. That's basically a crit on this game. Finally rolled decent. And then do another one. Ooh, another crit. Okay, never mind. You know what? Apparently I just needed to shake out those bad rolls at the beginning. Now I'm just transcending left and right. Here we go. Would you believe that we need to stop chaos? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's full chaos. 6 chaos. Full fail. Anyway. So when you roll, each die does not show a 3, adds 1 chaos to the chaos pool. This means that a standard roll can generate, as we just saw, up to 6 chaos on its own. All successes plus 0 chaos. All failures plus 6 chaos. Something has gone wrong, discontinuing the use of visual elements with more than 2 dimensions until the problem is solved. Find that very hard to believe, Max. Let's see. Okay, next page. Qualities. The agency has organized all possible actions, including those of your anomaly, into 9 desirable qualities each employee is expected to embody to varying degrees. Attentiveness. So these are basically like your stats. Or at least that's the vibe I got. Let's see how that works. Attentiveness. Showing attention to detail, understanding complicated information, discovering what someone is trying to hide. Empathy. Relating to other people, expressing concern, finding weaknesses, and connecting. Presence. Standing out in a room, commanding a group, inspiring and intimidating. Duplicity. Lying, convincing while unconvinced, and supporting while internally unsupportive. Initiative. Forward-thinking, moving quickly, and handling things before they become a problem. Professionalism. Showing poise under pressure, resisting distraction, interrupting mind-altering effects. Dynamism. Aggressing, dominating, taking action, and using force to get your point across. Persistence. Refusing to back down, putting pressure on, overwhelming and irritating into action. And finally, subtlety. Working quietly, avoiding unnecessary attention, and performing actions with careful precision. Quality assurances. To ensure you are acting in accordance with our expectations, the agency provides you with a set of quality assurances, or QAs, in a combination decided when selecting your competency. Quality assurances are not based on your agent's inherent or developed skill set. They are tied to behaviors the agency hopes you will embody. For example, having 3 QAs in empathy does not make you any more empathetic than someone with 0. It just means the agency will intercede to assist you more often in situations involving empathy. After you review the results of any roll you make, you may spend any number of quality assurances to physically adjust the same number of dice to a different face, changing the result. You're always 1 QA away from a 3, which means you're 1 QA away from success. Use QAs at key moments. They are a finite resource that is spent over the course of a mission. All QAs are recharged fully and automatically to their current maximum between missions. Your maximum will increase when we're confident you will wield them responsibly. All right, so that sounds a little bit like, I'm thinking kind of Numenera Cypher system, right? Where your stats are also a pool of points, and you spend those points from your stats for specific for specific roles that involve them. Except there's like 9 of them here. So, but that's kind of the mechanical vibe that I get from those. Also, just Cypher system in general loves to do that, because Invisible Sun has that same mechanic. But I've primarily seen that sort of like stat as dice pool thing. I don't know. Chat, do you know of any other games that kind of do that sort of stat as dice pool or as point pool, spendable point pool, besides kind of Cypher system style games? Because I can't think of any right now. I'm sure there's others. But that's the main example of something like that I can think of. All right, burnout. When one of your qualities has no quality assurances remaining, including if it never had any at all, you have burnout when rolling with that quality. Burnout burns 1 die, showing a 3, reducing your chance of success and adding 1 chaos to every roll. What's that? Sorry, I thought I heard the doorbell, but I guess not. Never mind. Okay, so that now we know where burnout comes from. Then, so applying to burnout, put simply, burnout always removes 1 3 and generates 1 chaos. If there's no 3 to burn, it still adds the chaos. Burnout can come from other sources as well, most commonly from other failed rolls, and additional burnout further decreases your roll 3s. While more than 2 is rare, there is no limit on the amount of burnout you can experience at one time, and it can increase the amount of chaos generated beyond the typical maximum of 6. The example roll pictured to the left has 2 burnout, but only 1 3 to burn, so the roll fails, and the total added chaos is 7. Terrible. Wow. So you can really suck at a roll apparently on this one if you're not doing well. Again, we'll see how chaos is, because you're generating a lot of chaos. Like even if you're not, like, the fact that every non-3 generates chaos, that means every dice, 3 out of every 4 rolls on a die will generate chaos. So that's 1 success, 5 chaos. Let's go again. 3, okay, no chaos for a Triscendence. That's good. 4 chaos. 5 chaos, right? So we're generating lots of chaos even without burnout. As soon as you start adding burnout, like, I wonder how much. We'll see, because it does look like there is the, I said, more chaos, more problems, but also there is that thing that we saw before, where, right, an anomaly. Here we go. So anomaly. The more, the loose ends. The more loose ends there are, the more chaos the anomaly can spend. But the fact that we're generating so much chaos makes me wonder what the chaos costs are. We'll get to that soon enough, won't we? All right, let's keep going. Triscendence. When exactly 3 3s are rolled before any adjustments are made, you perfectly conduct the agency's power and experience Triscendence. The roll is a success, no chaos is generated, and you may choose an additional effect from the Triscendence chart below. Congratulations! All hands, add any number of 3s to this roll, circle back, replenish any 3 spent quality assurances, that's really nice, or 3 employee of the moment receive 3 commendations. We all work together to make Triscendence happen. In the moment of your success, you are psychically connected to every employee of the agency as you borrow our combined power. Everyone can see what you're doing and celebrate you in your victory. Put on a show. You'll be sure to hear about your Triscendent moment by the water cooler tomorrow. Okay, I actually really like that. I really dig that concept, that in-game, whenever you roll a Triscendence, whenever you get that sort of critical success, everybody, all the agency employees know about it. immediately, psychically, telepathically, they all know about it. Because that also means, like, in game, if you are, if we've split the party, right, or people are on separate sides of the door or whatever, and somebody rolls a Transcendence, not only do the people at the table know, like, oh shit, you know, nat 20, basically, but in game, even the other characters who might not be in the scene will immediately know that you did this really cool thing. I really dig that. I really dig that. Stability. Adding or removing 3s with quality assurances and burnout cannot create Transcendence, but this result remains especially stable. 3 3s always creates 0 chaos, even if it is not Transcendence, and even if it had burnout. This means that spending 3 QAs can take you from 0 3s all the way to success with 0 chaos. So that's okay. I do like that. So one of my long time complaints with games is, I've brought this before in previous streams, what if you roll poorly? What if you roll like Dave, right? What if you just keep not getting so you do have a resource that you can use, and in fact, like if you roll just 1 success and you don't want like that, and you don't want to have these 5 chaos, you can spend 2 quality assurances, and all of a sudden it's not a full Transcendence because you had to do it with quality assurance, but it is a 0 chaos success. So you can still do that. Even with 2 successes, you're probably going to want it to be a 0 chaos. You're going to want to spend a quality to get a 0 chaos roll, which means as soon as you get 4, now you're still generating 2, or 5, you're still generating 1. At that point, you can't spend quality. Actually, wait. Quality assurances? No, I think they specifically said that it's only non-3s that can be right? Questions or not? Review the results of his roll. Quality assurances rebarred fully. You may spend any number of quality assurances to physically adjust the same number of dice to a different face. No, it's not specifically saying. It's not specifically. To ensure you're acting, the agency provides you with quality assurance. Quality assurance are not based on your needs, blah, 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 blah. You can see after you review the results of any roll you may spend any number of QA to physically adjust the same number of dice to a different face, changing the result. Yeah, so, okay, so from what I'm seeing here, there is no, even though the example is just, turn a non-3 to a 3, but it's just any number of quality assurance to physically adjust the same number of dice. So if you were to roll this like a 4 here, right, 4 successes, and then that's still a success, but would generate 2 chaos, and you don't want that, you could, based on what I'm reading here, spend a quality assurance to physically change one of these. So now you've got a fake Transcendence, and you again don't get the full Transcendence thing, but you do at least generate 0 chaos by spending that QA. I like that. I do. Okay. I mean, assuming that is how it works, and it looks like it is, I don't see anything indicating that it wouldn't be. Again, I like that because it gives the player, the player still has to make a decision, has to decide whether to spend this resource. And I guess it remains to be seen during play how much those resources come back during play. But yeah, I do like that you have tools not just for success, but even to mitigate some of the more negative effects sometimes. So yeah, no, I like that. I like that. Well done, game. In fact, can I give it a? I don't know if this is gonna work here. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I need to figure out a new way to set up this to do this setup if I'm going to be doing this. Anyway, let's keep going. How are we doing on time? Oh, we still got like 15 minutes left before the next break. So cool. Oh, we got a full quick reference just like we have on the inside. So we're going to skip this one because we kind of already saw this. Optional. Well, you'll need 6 dice. Optional, 6 luck, and divine intervention. All right. Ask the agency. The agency's greatest tool in the preservation of reality, other than the hard work and perseverance of employees like you, is our ability to subtly alter the recent past. Agents can make reality alteration requests to enter dangerous situations with confidence that the power of serendipity/narrative is on their side. Put most simply, you may, at any time, ask the agency to ensure something happens. If something could happen, no matter how implausible, you can ask the agency for it. Reality alteration requests require 4 things from you in this order. 1. A stated effect you want to occur. A traffic jam slows the escape of vehicle. A celebrity arrives to film a reality TV show. Or someone tumbling from a building is safely caught by a truck full of soft garbage. Number 2. A series of mundane events that occur to cause a chain called the causality chain. An accident has clogged the roads. The celebrity heard a rumor that this building was haunted, or the angry boycott of a pillow company led to hundreds of pillows being thrown away just this morning. 3. A relevant professional quality you are embodying or enhancing with this change. Empathy if the change targets someone's emotions, subtlety for creating a distraction or a hiding place, or attentiveness if the change could reveal something you'd otherwise miss. And 4. A successful roll of at least 1 3. You will roll 6 4-sided dice while referencing the chosen quality for burnout and quality assurances. Agents are advised to use this extraordinary power responsibly and in accordance with the following rules and regulations. You may only ask the agency to adjust things that have not already been established as true by an agent or GM. Things you have perceived while working/playing are fixed and cannot be altered. If it has not been mentioned during work/play, it has not been established. The agency cannot directly interfere with people's free will. It is much harder to influence someone's mind than it is to manipulate systems that affect demographics or crowds. Your goal can be to affect a person. This construction worker is exhausted, but the causality must be external, because a flock of loud nocturnal birds has taken up residence in her yard. Once you've made this change, everything involved in the change becomes established. You have created a fact of your reality and must live with the consequences. A simple or vague causality chain is workable, but your GM can request more details prior to the roll to ensure that it feels possible. We recommend all agents participate in the process of building the causality chain. If something seems unusual, interesting, or difficult to believe, work together to make it feel true. It's an entertaining process that will strengthen the stability of your world. GM has final say on what quality is relevant. Okay, overall, really dig that. It's okay. Here's a full read through. We'll see how that goes. But before we get to that, and before I try and read whatever's going on here, interesting, because I don't see. It doesn't look like there is any. Like, use it responsibly in accordance with the following rules and regulations and all that, yes. But at the same time, it's not limited. You're not spending any kind of resource to make, I mean, by default, right? You might, the role might, you might still want to spend some QAs, right? To make sure you get that 1 success at least. But from what I'm reading here, I don't see anything that would actually get in the way of just requesting these pretty darn often, right? I wonder how well that flows in game. It also, oh, hi Kitty. Hi sweetheart. How are you? Are you on camera? No? Are you coming here? What are you doing? What are we doing, sweetheart? What Are we coming here? Are we moving my mic? Are we knocking my camera over? You might be knocking my camera over. Hi. Hey folks, my cat says hello. My cat says hello. I'm sure chat loves that. Hey, here. Come here. You're gonna knock the camera. You're gonna show your asshole to the camera. Don't show your ass. I do not need cat butthole to be the focus. I'm literally holding her butt. Thank me later, folks. I'm literally my hand is here to keep her butthole from being smack dab on the eye of the camera. I love my cat. I really do. Are we good? No, we love the game too. We love Triangle Agency as well. Says the cat. Come on. How is it that you do this? You it's like you know where. God damn it. Hi. Don't knock my camera over. Here we go. You want to sit here? You want to sit in? You just love the book. Love the book. So, just for anybody watching the stream, cats are not automatically included in this game, right? This does not come. Hi, sweetheart. Did not come with the box. Does she also contain anomalies? Is she an agent? She is. She contains multitudes. This is a perfectly normal tuxedo cat. Perfectly normal tuxedo cat that just helps with basic anomaly management, really. I'm just gonna keep petting my cat, until she goes away. Hi, sweetheart. I'm trying to do a stream here, though. I'm trying to do a stream. Don't care. Oh my God, cat! That tail of yours is a menace. Are we? Okay. If you sit there. Yeah, there we go. Right where you are right now. That's good. Okay, keep loving the book. There we go. And then I'm getting bitten. Thank you. Yes. Anyway, anomalous cat detected. Anomalous feline invasion. Actually, no. If you watch the stream, there's nothing anomalous about this. This is the most normal thing that happens on these streams. All right, let me try and read this. Cat? Could you not? No, Dad, I want to bite the fuck out of your hand. I know you want to bite the fuck out of my hand. It's your second favorite thing besides laying on my lap, biting the holy living fuck out of my hand. Are you okay? she's just, you're gonna fall over. Anyway, let me see if I can read this. I wish I had some 3D glasses on me. I wish I did. I should get some. Anyway, reality alteration is very powerful, but is limited by the user's belief in the plausibility of their change. Prior to the Tabletop RPG initiative, agents struggled to use this power due to the many things they passively considered fixed about their world. Now that you are fictional characters piloted by an alternate table self, you'll find the process goes quite smoothly. Interesting. I do love this. I do love this very much. Okay, let's keep going. As an example, here's a transcript from a representative field team. GM. The lobby has pretty serious security. You see people are swiping in key cards that are turnstile to be allowed inside. Without one of those, you're stuck outside. Agent 1. Is anyone leaving the building? GM. Yes, you see a woman with a purple bag moving through the revolving doors right now. Agent 1. I'd like to ask the agency for something. I want the key card in her bag. Could someone turn the corner up ahead who would try to steal her bag? Then I could catch them and look like a hero while getting the card out of it. GM. Sure. That intention makes me think you're showing duplicity. Why does the thief want her bag specifically? Agent 1. There's a big gray market for purple bags right now. A supply chain thing. A thief would get good money. Agent 2. And maybe there's a sidewalk detour leading a crowd to this corner at this second. GM. A crowd of thieves? Agent 4. A crowd of rich tourists. A pickpocket is definitely keeping an eye on them. GM. Okay, great. Make your roll. On a success, the effect you've described comes to pass. In the example above, the thief would appear and the bag would be stolen, allowing the agent to make a move. The effect happens instantaneously. Requests are made and approved in a fraction of a second. Success is not the end, however. Altering reality can have ripple effects that you will only notice later. In this example, the field team is likely to witness a permanently increased price on purple bags, or many rich tourists interrupting their mission to ask for directions. I like that. There are consequences for your actions. On a failure, reality/narrative notices we're attempting to change it and retaliates. Aha! Here we go. There's a reason to not ask for these constantly, right? The GM will describe what improbable but technically possible thing has happened to disrupt your goals while keeping as much of the planned causality chain as possible. In the example, the thief might appear and steal something useful from the agents, or rain might send the woman back inside until the storm passes. In addition, on a failure, any attempts to alter reality in the agent's current location suffer from 1 count of burnout for the remainder of the mission. Great, so that's your build up to like not keep trying to do it over and over and over in the same scene. Let's see. Let's look at a few of the more entirely hypothetical examples of asking the agency in other situations. Normally, I skip over a lot of the example stuff in these books, but for this one, given what we're doing here, we're basically literally asking the GM to, alter reality for us. Then, yeah, I'm gonna try and see how that treats us here. So let's see. GM. This anomaly lifts up on its hind legs. Wait a minute. I just got the alert that it's ad time. So you know what? I think we're going to look at these examples when we get back from the ads, because it is ad time, and I don't want it to catch me by surprise and start playing the ads again before I even get to them. So, folks, there we go. Folks, we'll be right back. You know the drill. Stretch your legs, get some water, enjoy yourselves, and then watch some socialist memes if you must. But we will be right back. So I don't know if the ads played. I hope they played. I don't know. It's being weird. The Twitch interface is being very weird at me right now. So hopefully the ads went by, and we're not just gonna get interrupted suddenly by ads. The screens are telling me there will be no ads for another hour, so I hope that means things are working properly. Sorry for that, folks. Weird. On the plus side, while I thought the ads were playing, I did get a little alert here. And I got my, and I'm going to be honest with you here. This is my first real Twitch payout, by the way, because I don't exactly have a lot of subscribers, so I apparently make my money off of ads, and I will say that I am proud to have made about 66 bucks by doing this. Yay. I mean, that's a week. That's straight up a week of food, right? Still not paying my New York City rent, but progress. Hey, let's go over here and continue to earn my pennies. Why don't we? All right, we're back to it. How, by the way, again, please let me know in chat if shit goes weird, if ads are still not over, if I've just been kind of talking to myself. I don't know what's happening anymore. Twitch do be twitching, but hopefully things keep going. Anyway, let's get to it. I want to see these examples of asking the agency, because I was not expecting this mechanic. Let's be clear, during the ad break, during the potential ad break, during what I hope was an ad break, I have no idea if it went through properly. During that time, I thought about this a little. It's like, I've seen stuff in other games. I mean, fate points, spending XP in Numenera, all sorts of games, narrative points or some kind, that let you spend some kind of currency to effectively create a narrative aspect into the game, create something, make a change, whatever. I've seen that's very common, right? I don't remember, and again in chat, if you know of any games that have done something like this, specifically with the way this game is doing it, where there is a cost, there is a potential cost, right? If you fail, it's not great. But by default, and it's built into the fiction, right? It's not even, because in most games, when you spend a fate point or you spend whatever your out of game meta narrative resource is, you're doing a meta narrative thing. You're spending an out of game currency, even if it is a currency that is gained in game, but it's still a meta currency. It is outside of your character is not holding like a handful of a handful of fate points, right? That they're spending, and then a thing happens in the game world, right? It's step out of the game world. Meta narratively, my player is doing this. In this game, it's built into your character is literally asking the agency for something. It's an effect that happens. Also, this game is written in such a way that it blurs the line between player and character very interestingly. But point is, it doesn't cost anything to ask to do this technically. You still have to make a roll. It's not a guarantee, etc., etc. But you effectively have a way to mess with reality on a constant basis, separate from whatever your anomaly powers might be. We haven't gotten to that yet, right? So it's a really interesting mechanic. I like it. I like that it's in there. I wonder how well it'll work during play, and I wonder, because it's going to be an adjustment. Now that I think about it, right? It would be an adjustment not just for the GM, right? But for the players themselves, getting the players used to asking for stuff like that is it's going to be a bit of a learning curve, right? Because I don't think that's going to come instinctively to a lot of players. So yeah, I'm really curious about how that would go at my table. GM, this anomaly lifts up on its hind legs. Its 6 spindly spider arms reach out towards you, and you can see the poison already dripping from the tips. Agent 1, ask the agency to drop I asked the agency to drop a piano on its head. GM, that's pretty unlikely, but it's an aggressive move intending to hurt, so it'll be dynamism. Gonna need some good ideas with a causality chain. Agent 1, that's all I got. I don't know why. Agent 2, we're in a stadium, so maybe they paused during a setup for a halftime show? Agent 4, yes! The Super Bowl is happening here this weekend. They were setting up for the singer to do one of those soulful songs where they play the piano themselves while they're singing. GM, that's pretty good. Roll dynamism. Agent, I failed. GM, well, I think you were right about the Super Bowl setup, but unfortunately the anomaly catches the piano easily in its 6 arms, and this thing is really strong. Now the piano is flying directly at you. Another example down here, which is kind of cut off here. Let me see if it continues on the next page. No. All right, cool. Let's see. This guy's clearly hiding something, but it doesn't look like he wants to talk, and he's already walking away. Agent 1, can I roll attentiveness to see what he's hiding? GM, you can't just roll, but you can ask the agency for something to help you figure it out. Interesting. Can I roll attentiveness to see what he's hiding? You can't just roll. You can ask the agency for something to help you figure it out. Wait. Because at this point, let's go back here just for a second. You have your qualities. Qualities give you QAs using 4-sided dice. Chaos. There is a host of many competing enters. We're working hard to increase this number. Triangle uses current ownership stake and realities of. Wait, I kind of skipped this page actually because I kind of assumed it was just mechanic stuff. But actually, wait. I did kind of skip this. Our universe is host to many competing interests. While we are working hard to increase this number, Triangle Agency's current ownership stake in reality is approximately 25%, which is why you've got the dice with only 25%. But anyway, I am loving the world, not just the world building, but like the fact, cat. Literally, I'm sorry. I have an exercise mat, and the cat, she has so many things to scratch on. And yet she insists on going after the poor exercise mat. I blocked it off. I put barriers in her way, and suddenly I hear from the other side of my headphones, it's like, and I look, and there's just her tail sticking out from between the obstacles. She literally snuck in there just to fuck shit up. I have the best cat in the world. I don't care what anybody tells me. I mean, she's props to her for her inventiveness. You know what? She is showing qualities. She is showing attentiveness. She is showing duplicity. She is showing dynamism and persistence. Maybe not so much subtlety, because I did hear that. Definitely no professionalism. Showing a lot of initiative, 0 empathy. And trying to hide her presence, but when you're my cat, you can't hide it. Anyway, our level of control over possibility is represented in this tabletop role-playing game by the 4-sided die. Fortunately, in 5 known futures, we capture the entire market using our dynamism retrocausal probability enhancement system. Each of those futures contributes to a die to your roll that increases the likelihood that they will come to pass. That means you have 6 4-sided dice to use anytime you are drawing on the agency's power. You will be rolling for 2 reasons we'll outline in detail shortly: asking the agency to alter the recent past, or using your anomaly abilities in a safe and controlled manner. See, this is what I get for skipping stuff, assuming that I know what it said. Because that's a different approach. Let's talk about that. That's a very different approach, right? Because you have these qualities, these quote-unquote stats, attentiveness, visibility, dynamism, empathy, initiative, persistence, presence, blah, 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 blah. But as we saw in that example, you can't just roll attentiveness to see what somebody's hiding. You can't roll insight to see if somebody's lying. You can't just straight up roll subtlety or duplicity to pick somebody's pocket. The only things you roll for are asking the agency to alter the recent past or using your anomaly abilities in a safe and controlled manner. So, I mean, we haven't gotten to any more yet, but now I'm wondering, okay. Because this example, okay, sorry, I'm kind of like blanking here because the whole example here, right, where if you succeed, the effect you described comes to pass. In the example above, the thief would appear and the bag would be stolen, allowing the agent to make a move, right? So, from the description here, and I guess we'll look at these examples. So, from the description here, is it sort of... Cat, I'm watching. Where are you trying to go? There's nothing behind that closet door. Are there ghosts? Am I haunted? Sorry, folks. Look at my cat. Let me see if I can get this. No, never mind. Never mind. She's moving away. Do you have the shit crazies? Is that it? Did you? Never mind. She just laid down. We're good. We're good. Alert down. Alerts off. But anyway, so what I'm thinking is, so basically this makes it so the rest of it happens, because what they were trying to do was like, right, have somebody pickpocket them so then they could catch the pickpocket, you know, come off as a hero, but also like, you know, grab the ID card. So is it assumed that that part, right, like at this point, like if this had worked, then, you know, the agency set everything up, the pickpocket grabs the purse. Is it then assumed like there's no additional roll? Okay, now go catch the pickpocket, right? And roll to keep the person from noticing that you're stealing her ID from her purple purse or anything like that. From what I'm reading here, sounds like no. Like you are just rolling for two things. One is using your anomalies, and two, asking the agency to alter recent past. So again, that's very different from a lot of games. Like your only way, your primary way. Actually, no, not your only way, right? You're interacting with the game and the world narratively at a base level, right? Just by saying what your character is doing. But then, is it just assumed that by default, your character just succeeds at things, which is, you know, sure. And so anything, yeah, it's an interesting approach. I'm not sure about it yet. Let's keep reading and see where it leads us. Let's look at these examples. Okay, so guys, clearly hiding on. Can I roll a test this? No, you can't, but you can ask the agency for something to help you figure it out. Agent 1, like what? Agent 2, what if his run tracking app has a bug that turns it on every morning automatically, and if we steal his phone, we can see exactly where he's been? That works for a causality chain, and that's definitely attentiveness, but you'll need a way to steal the phone. Oh, I have an anomaly ability for that, blah, blah. So, okay, at that point, then we'll look at the anomaly abilities, right? But before we even look at anomaly abilities, this is your primary way of interacting with the game world, asking the agency to literally, like, rewrite the past. Also, again, I love the foresight that, like, there is an actual in-game, in-world reason why you're rolling the 6 dice, because you've got your default dice for yourself, and the other 5 die represent the 5 known futures in which the agency captures the entire market. I love this. I absolutely love this. All right, let's look at the final example. GM. They know something about the anomaly, but they're too upset to talk right now. And they don't trust you anyway. You're a bunch of suspicious people in suits. Agent 1. I want something to make them feel better. What if something really good happened to them right now? Something that would make them more willing to talk. They could win the lottery, or maybe get a call they've been waiting on. Agent 1, my anomaly ability earlier showed me that they've been really hoping to get accepted into a PhD program at Turnion University. Can we ask the agency to make that happen? GM, get them accepted into university? No problem. That's an easy causality chain because we can make sure they were genuinely accepted. Hi, kitty, I see you. I'm going to pick you up. No, I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up. You can't escape. You can't escape. You've been picked up. No escape. No escape. Hi. Oh, no. Okay. Hi. Hi. Love you. You are so unhappy. I'm gonna pick you down. There she goes. Don't knock over the camera. Do not knock over the camera. Do not place your kitty butthole directly in front of the camera. Yeah, there we go. This is fine. This is fine. You can stay right there where you are. This is a good place. Yes? And you can even pretend that I'm talking to you. Would you like that? Maybe? All right. No problem. That's an easy causality chain because we can make sure they were genuinely accepted. Roll empathy because you're using this to connect with them emotionally. Agent 4. Wait, why are they delivering acceptances at 11 p.m.? Agent 2. The dean is a night owl? Agent 1. Party dean. I got a success, by the way. GM. All right. Guess they're getting a call from the party dean. So again, this is your main way of interacting with the world. Figuring out ways that you can use your agency connections to make things happen. That's a really interesting approach to the game. Oh, hey, kitty. What's up? What's up? Why am I being bitten? Why am I being bitten? Let's see. Anomaly abilities is the other thing that you're rolling for. All agents are resonance. Is this showing? No, she is. Okay, she is literally just, you can just barely see that she's up there, like literally just cleaning herself. Okay, anomaly abilities. All agents are resonance, which means they are all bonded with a unique anomaly. While each anomaly is theoretically capable of a wide array of abilities, only 3 are approved for use in the field. Each share a few characteristics that we'll outline here. Abilities require a trigger or cost that must occur before they can be used. Take a deep breath, shake somebody's hand, or when somebody tries to take something from you, for example. They include effects upon success or failure with a roll. On a success, it's an effect that activates if your roll has at least 1 3. On a failure, means that no 3s are present in your roll. And at least 1 additional outcome available in particular situations. For each additional 3 is an effect. For each additional 3, okay, these are effects that we can have. So for each additional 3 would be an effect that can be used if your roll has more than 1 3. On every third 3 is an effect that can be used once for every 3 total 3s present in your roll. So once for 3, twice for 6, etc. On 6 or more 3s means that this effect only occurs if at least 6 3s are present in your roll. Or spend 3s on the following allows you to spend 3s from your roll to select the effects best suited for your current situation from an included list. If it says additional 3s, the first 3 can't be spent. On triscendence, and this gets crossed out. So originally, on triscendence means this effect only occurs when 3 3s are rolled for this ability prior to any adjustments. This effect is no longer present on any approved abilities due to changes in our operating budget. Interesting. I wonder what they're doing there. Okay, tip of the tongue. Open your mind to the thoughts of, here's an example of an ability available to whisper anomalies. Okay, so whisper anomalies, I'm guessing that's a kind of anomaly, right? So an ability from whisper anomalies would be tip of the tongue. Open your mind to the thoughts of someone nearby. Let their words reach your voice and roll empathy. On a success, you say what the target wishes they were saying right now. On every third 3, you may ask a question about something currently relevant to the target and receive an answer from the GM. The question and answer must be spoken out loud by the character. On a failure, you admit something you don't want anyone to know. Okay, so there's a risk to using abilities. So let's say we were using tip of the tongue. We roll empathy. That's for ease of rolling, right? Let's assume we have no QAs in empathy, no burnout in empathy. We just roll it. Well, that's a bad roll, so I would admit something I don't want anybody to know. Geez, I don't know, man. I'm an open book. I am hiding nothing from you. Absolutely nothing. I would never want to admit to anybody. Like it's not like I would have to admit, anything absolutely embarrassing, like the fact that when I joined the Chinese TikTok Red Note, my entire feed for some reason is muscle mommies. I don't know why. I no, legitimately do not know why. I just joined Red Note, and like half my feed is like buff workout women. Like, I mean, I'm not complaining. Red Note, best app ever. But also, like, see, that's what happened because I rolled 0 successes. Had I rolled better, there we go, 2 successes. So that's just the one. So I would just say what the target wishes they were saying right now, which is interesting. Tip of the tongue, right? It's like, yeah, you get that. But if we had on every third 3, so if we had rolled, no, that's just the one. So let's see, let's just make it manual. Like if we had rolled those 3, then I would, in addition to the success and getting that, I would also get questions. And if I had somehow rolled 6 like this, then I would have gotten 2 questions. Pretty straightforward. Reminds me a little bit of slightly PBTA mechanics like that, right? All right, I like that. All right, so let's see here. Failure is assumed. While not every agent is human, and some may be exceptional in some ways, your skills and fragility are generally equivalent to the average mundane person. Most agents were regular people before they bonded with an anomaly, and we have restricted your anomaly from causing any transformations that would create loose ends. There are no skill checks in Triangle Agency because we know you will fail at anything risky or difficult that you... Okay, so it's the reverse of what I thought it was, which is like, oh, so the expectation is that you automatically succeed at anything. This is literally the other way around. It's like, no, your character, you're just a dude. Like the just a dude part of your character sucks and will fail automatically. That's why you can only really achieve things by asking the agency or using your anomaly abilities. Weird. I like it, but weird. So we know you will fail at anything risky or difficult that you attempt. Anytime you think this might not work, take our word for it. It won't. In fact, we're currently conducting research on a noted trend that Triangle Agency agents are especially hapless and unlikely to succeed in their daily lives. Right now, the evidence is primarily anecdotal. Remember, rolling dice is entirely agent/player initiated. Your general manager will often warn you if something you're trying isn't going to work and may require you to ask the agency or use an anomaly ability to reach a desired effect, but they can never force you to roll and cannot decide what you do with that roll. We recommend you embrace your normality and ask the agency for anything you want to attempt that you aren't positive you can accomplish. If you take risks, you will probably get hurt, physically or emotionally. Luckily, your benefits include a life insurance policy for just that eventuality. Okay, wait, we have to go to K2. We've just unlocked something. Playwalled page. So K2, Z2, T2, S, R, P, 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 N, L, A. Okay, well, K2, K1, K2. Here we go. Anomaly abilities. Here we go. Okay. All agents, redacted, have redacted abilities, redacted. As long as you're employed, redacted. The agency, redacted. Limit the use of your personal anomaly, redacted, because redacted power. Redacted, review this report, redacted. Redacted will be explained after your first mission was complete. Abilities, redacted, must redacted be used. Open your redacted eye. Abilities, redacted, used. Redacted. Upon success or failure, redacted. Make life imitate art. Choose a genre of art or specific art piece you've been interacted with before using site visit, yell, action. Oh wait, no, this is L1. Oh, okay, we're reading the wrong thing. Oh shit. Oh, demerits all around. We should not have read any of that. We should have stuck with just K2. That's dangerous. Also, the fuck? Okay, so let's try and read this without all the redactions. So all agents have abilities. As long as you're employed, the agency limits the use of your personal anomaly because power. Review this report. It'll be explained after your first mission is complete. GM a crowd of thieves. Abilities must be used. Abilities used. Open your eye. So, okay. Okay, so just a general ability. Again, really interesting approach to this. Okay, so let's see here. This guy's clearly hiding something, but it doesn't look like he wants to talk, and he's already going to K2. Can I roll attentiveness to see what is at play wall document K2? GM, you can't just roll, but you can go to K2 for something to help you figure it out. Like, okay, followed by 2. What if his run tracking app was turned on by accident this morning? What if we steal his phone and we can see exactly what's going on at K2? Now we're Rokosality chain, and that's definitely where we should go. But you'll need a way to turn the page to K2. Oh, I have an anomaly ability for just going there already. Stupid, fun, I like it. All right, let's continue. Let's continue here. Harm. Wait, did I skip a page? No, okay. Harm. Make sure we are... Okay, here we go. Often, missions will put you into dangerous or life-threatening situations. When you or something else takes an amount of damage that could cause serious injury or death, that damage is called harm. Harm can come in various amounts. Here's a key to keep on hand. 1 harm is enough force to kill an average human. 2+ harm is worse than that. I love the way this book is written. It tickles something in me personally. It really does. Let's see here. Injuries less than death, while they may be inconvenient, are not necessary to calculate. We assume you will be aware of broken bones, psychological traumas, and other discomforts without numerical assistance. When harm dealt increases beyond 1, it measures how extreme and unusual the damaging force is. The extremity of the harm lines up with the number of loose ends likely to arise from its use, assuming at least 1 witness to the harm or its aftermath. A civilian killed by, or an agent surviving, a 1 harm effect might seem killed by a mundane cause. A civilian killed by a harm effect of 2 or higher has been left with a clear mark of the anomalous. The higher, the more dramatic. Take some time to memorize the following helpful guidelines. 1 harm. A bullet fired from a gun. A sword slicing off a head. A fall from a great height. 2 harm. Organs teleported to the outside. A spontaneous fire started in the brain. 3 harm. A body contorted into a perfect spiral, a halo of darkness hovering above a corpse, whispering a name best left unspoken. 4 or more harm? Worse. Test your knowledge. True or false? All right, let's cover the answers there. Number 1, an average human can sustain at least 3 harm before succumbing to death. Answers: 1, false. An average human can sustain only 1 harm. 2. Agents should ensure they are not witnessed dealing harm to avoid loose ends in legal proceedings. I'm going to assume that one's a yes. The answer is true. And finally, 3. Your life insurance policy's coverage extends benefits 1 and 2 to your family and loved ones. I'm going to say false. False! Only you are covered. If you already know the answer to this question, you've read pages out of order and receive 1 demerit. Okay, I guessed. I did not know that answer. I have not read further, which would have been the very next page. Again, the book is like, read it in order. You were not supposed to jump pages unless you were told to jump pages. I kind of like that. Yes, 2 harm is, in fact, Phoenix, worse than 1. Fully noted. You know, I'm just glad that this book is going out of its way to educate us and explain just how complex this is. All right, let's see here. Life insurance policy. When you're in a tense, dangerous situation, we recommend you use your anomaly abilities or ask the agency for help before you are harmed. However, failed rolls or lose-lose situations will often require you to fall back on benefit 1 of your life insurance policy. Benefit 1. When harmed, an agent can automatically expend 1 quality assurance per point of harm to ignore the effects of the harm. The specific quality doesn't matter. The attack or effect still happens to you, and onlookers will see it happen, but the agency transports the results of the harm somewhere else. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. For example, if you are stabbed by a sword for 1 harm, the stabbing occurs, visible for all to see. However, After spending 1 QA, you are not hurt by the sword as it passes harmlessly through you. Feel free to take advantage of your attacker's confusion, but if they are mundane, they've likely become a loose end. Make sure to remove any blades, bullets, or poisons before the end of the mission. Another example. If an anomaly attempts to transform you into a flesh puppet by sinking its hooks into your limbs for 2 harm, the hooks will still find purchase, but after spending 2 QAs, you won't feel it, you won't become a puppet, and there will be no lasting damage should you escape. Any onlookers will become at least 2 loose ends, though. Watch out if the anomaly starts throwing you around, that might deal even more harm if you don't act fast. If an agent receives harm while they have no remaining assurances in any quality, or if they choose not to activate Benefit 1, they are dead. Death activates Benefit 2. For the reasonable penalty of -5 commendations, the agent is resurrected in their branch's break room. Memories up to their death remain intact. Upon request, the agency can alter, remove 1 memory, or change 1 minor aesthetic detail of the agents prior to resurrection. If resurrection drops an agent's commendation total below 0, they enter commendation debt. Commendation debt is removed by gaining commendations until the agent has 0 or more. Agents in commendation debt are automatically enrolled in the Shoelace Initiative, wherein their shoelaces become untied at irregular intervals as a gentle reminder to exit commendation debt. If you do not typically wear shoelaces, please tie them somewhere on your body so you can experience the full benefits of the initiative. And finally, Benefit 3. In the event that resurrecting an agent is no longer cost-effective, the Triangle Agency will provide your loved ones with a small stipend and a non-disclosure agreement. So basically, scrapes and getting punched or getting anything that would not kill you, don't even worry about it. Anything that would probably kill you, spend 1 QA per level of harm to effectively, so those are effectively your hit points. So your QAs are a way to modify your rolls, but they're also effectively your hit points. Again, reminding me a little bit of Numenera, where your stats in that game are your sort of fuel, are your power. You spend the points in those stats to improve your rolls and whatnot. But also when you take damage, that damage takes away from you're damaging those pools. You'll take might damage or speed damage. Here, the damage is not direct. Like any of the pools, any of your QA pools from any of your qualities is valid for spending to activate your life insurance. But they are effectively your hit points. Once you run out of those, you can still get you still come back, you can still get resurrected, but yeah, you're spending commendations to get to do it. Yeah, okay, that's a really interesting approach. All right, let's keep going. Conflict resolution. Agents players unfortunately have individual personalities. This means they will occasionally disagree. While some light friction is expected along the normal course of play, like bonding traditions of pranking, teasing, or overcommitting to a bit, problems arise when agents take opposing sides in a conflict. Direct conflict destabilizes the connection between agents' table selves and the world/narrative they inhabit. In extreme cases, these fights have led to table selves decoupling from their agents and leaving the table forever. We created this mediation process to avoid similar outcomes for your field team. Here are some signs that you have entered direct conflict. An agent wants to use one of their powers to stop another agent from achieving one of their goals. An agent wants to sabotage another agent to stop them from achieving one of their goals secretly or blatantly. 2 or more agents have entered a cyclical conversation in which they are unwilling to back down from what they consider the quote-unquote best option for moving forward, or there is any violence between agents. Here are some signs that you have likely not entered a direct conflict. When an agent would use one of their powers on another agent to support them, or when an agent opposes another agent's goals but their subconscious mind/players agree on the most interesting or likely outcome. Without intervention, the results of a direct conflict is very similar to a causality chain. Agents settle on the outcome, then build the path collaboratively to that outcome with the GM and the rest of their field team. The other rules in this manual no longer apply during a conflict. Dueling Resonance amplifies the power of both parties and allows all agents to do things they wouldn't normally be able to do. They can reach outside the game's restrictions and describe much greater effects within their anomalies domain, or create entire causality chains in an instant. Entering direct conflict is not an inherently bad thing. Our research has shown that 99% of field teams enter this state at least once in their career/campaigns, and some enter it in every mission. Many agents find a high conflict workplace/narrative dynamic and motivating. The most important thing is that everyone continues to come to work. So, here's the process for addressing a conflict. Time ceases to move until the outcome of a conflict is determined. Number 2, all agents/players state their goal within the conflict. If the conflict features multiple agents, they each roll. Even if 2 agents share a goal, they count the following rolls separately. For example here, I would like to eliminate the anomaly versus I would like to stop them from eliminating the anomaly. I want our team to tell this person the truth versus I want our team to lie to this person, or I would like us to order donuts versus I would like us to order croissants. 3, fate decides the conflict's outcome. All agents players roll 6 4-sided dice simultaneously and note the number of 3s each received. Agents are not channeling the agency's power with these rolls. Chaos is not generated, and transcendence is not possible. 4, rolls continue. These simultaneous rolls continue until one agent or player receives at least 6 3s cumulatively across all rolls and has more 3s than the other agent/players. Fulfilling both criteria means their goal will be fulfilled. The sequence of rolls can assist in outlining the pace of the conflict. How did you fail when you rolled 0 3s? What strong move did you make when you rolled 6 3s? 5. Time resumes. Every player agent collaborates to describe the conflict's path to that goal. With no restrictions on anomalous ability usage, no chaos created, and no loose ends except for any resulting from the conflict's resolution. And finally, 6. The results of the conflict are addressed honestly. Even though the decision was made by fate, the agent doesn't know that. They lost or won and have to live with the consequences. Those feelings might change the relationship between your agents. For example, a direct conflict should not result in an agent dying permanently, experiencing a dramatic change to their character's life, or being forced into retirement unless their player is comfortable with that outcome. If one of the goals in play could do this, it should be discussed before the conflict's resolution is determined, and the conflict should be avoided entirely. If this is coming up repeatedly for your field team and causing stress for the people involved, it may be time to discuss transfers to other branches. Interesting. So basically, when 2 or more agents want to achieve different things. So by default, you're just kind of narrating. But if there's disagreement in the group on what you want to do next, it basically becomes a roll-off between the 2 sides. First side to get 6 or more successes wins, and then you proceed that way. I mean, a pretty straightforward way of kind of settling the potential differences, right? But also, yeah, it makes sense because, again, the only thing you can do otherwise is use anomalous abilities or ask the agency. But if it's inter-team conflict, this is not an ask the agency. Like, this is like, all right, we need to settle this in, like this way. Okay, I'm fine with that. All right, so, here we go. We got some examples. Conflict resolution in action. Well, something has happened here. Let's see. Agent Cleo would like to order donuts, and Agent Frederick would like to order croissants. They are facing each other down, and Agent Frederick is preparing to use an anomalous ability against Agent Cleo to ensure he gets the croissants. Instead of using the ability as normal, the table decides this is a direct conflict. Both agents begin rolling. Cleo rolls 3 1s, and Frederick rolls 3 3s. And Frederick rolls 1. Neither has reached 6, so they roll again. After rolling again, they add the results. Cleo 5, Frederick 4. Still, neither has reached 6. After one more roll, the totals are Cleo 7, Frederick 6. They both reached 6 3s, but Cleo has more, so Cleo's goal will be achieved. Here's the end of the guidance here. So GM. So we know Frederick is holding the phone and about to make the call. Cleo. Well, I had already grabbed it too, so it's probably a cat. Hi. Are we saying hello again? Well, I had already grabbed it too, so probably pretty fierce tug of war between us. Frederick, you came out of the game at the gate with 3 3s, so that feels like a big move. Cleo, you're right. To make sure Frederick can't talk, I fill his mouth fully with sand. Frederick, but then I also roll 3 threes and almost catch up. I make 100 duplicates of the phone and all of them are ringing, so nobody else knows which one is actually calling the delivery person. Cleo, my dream anomaly taps directly into your subconscious to figure out which random number you choose out of 100, and I go for that phone. Frederick, and I know the right one, so when we both got to 6, that was both of us grabbing it again. Cleo, but your mouth is still full of sand. Donuts! All right. It's a good example, actually. That works out, but also it's ridiculous. Like, the fact that you make 100 duplicates of the phone and whatnot. Like, she has a dream anomaly, but like, there's nothing explaining why Frederick does this, except it's just like, they do kind of mention that it's a little bit like the causality chain. So it literally is just make shit up back and forth, but the final result will be determined by the dice rolls. Alternative resolution methods. Leaving a conflict up to fate can be stressful for certain field teams. To avoid the situation entirely, we recommend the following alternate conflict resolution methods. Voting. When a direct conflict arises, players vote on how they want the story to go. Ties are broken by the GM. Rotating judge. The ability to make the final call in a direct conflict rotates between agents players each time a conflict arises. GM call for groups who trust their general manager to steer the narrative. Final call in an agent disputes can be theirs alone. Or birthday rule. Success goes to the player whose birthday is closest to the current date. Not recommended. And an optional addition to any method other than rotating judge, veto points. Each time an agent player loses a conflict decision, they gain 1 veto point. Anyone with 3 veto points can spend them before a decision is made to ensure their goal is achieved. Interesting. So, I mean, the fact that there's 4 pages really dedicated to conflict, like inter-party conflict resolution, I like it. Because it's a flavor thing, really, right? I think Hawkeye mentioned earlier that this game feels a little paranoia-esque. And not just because of like, hey, trust the agency, trust the computer, friend computer, agency is always watching, etc., etc. But also, there is inter-party conflict. In Paranoia, so the difference between them, and I think why I think I like this better than Paranoia. So Paranoia, I mean, it's kind of in the name, right? Inter-party or intra-party, rather, intra-party conflict in Paranoia is a little malicious. Like, there is straight up competition between your characters and to a point between the players. Sure, good players at a table, sharing, they're all trying to tell a story together. But there is a part of Paranoia where you're supposed to kind of backstab your friends and give them up to friend computer and if they're a mutant, rat them out, etc., etc., etc. You're kind of supposed to do a lot of backstabbing and whatnot, and it's kind of built into it. And you're supposed to be a little mean, I think. Here, it feels more comedic. It feels like it's kind of encouraging the players. The fact that there's a system, right? If the game makes rules and a system for something, I'm assuming that it's because the game kind of wants you to use those rules, use that system. So the game wants there to be conflict, inter-party conflicts, and inter-party conflict resolution that uses these various systems that they have prepared for that. Sorry, I'm trying to keep the cat from like coming in and destroying everything, just everything. But the fact that it's comedic and the fact that, unlike in Paranoia, you're still in competition. You're rolling back and forth, but it is collaborative. You're meant to work together with the other players and come up with the story of how this conflict goes and happens and is resolved. And, just from the example here, it's, but they kind of like hint that it should be like more comedic or anything. But I like that. It's a way to make conflict resolution, even out of character conflict in this case, at the table, bring it back into the game, give it a system, and bring it back. And then the system itself is one that specifically encourages a collaborative solution, narrative solution to the conflict that we are dealing with. Yeah, that's Jesus. That's here we go. That's good. That's good. That's just another little I really like that. Oh no! Oh no! I slightly ripped the page. I am the worst. Okay, whatever. Fine. Dan, deal with it. All right, let's go. Let's go. Content control. Playing Triangle Agency may occasionally introduce topics that many people find difficult to engage with comfortably. Below is a list of subjects that may arise over the course of your time with this job/game. Discussing them before you begin can allow smoother conversations and quicker decisions when they appear later. We recommend having every agent highlight if any of these topics should be handled with special care and discussion or removed entirely. Okay, so this is, again, just content warnings, open table. This is like safety, kind of safety tool vibe here. Cool. Equal opportunity policy. The dangers of chaos do not discriminate, and neither does Triangle Agency. To ensure an equitable work environment, any requests to the agency made to deal with discrimination are automatically approved. Asking the agency in the following situations does not require roles or a causality chain and will automatically succeed. Adjusting physical reality to ensure accessibility for agents, ramps, elevators, captions, etc. Adjusting a target's mind to overcome or eliminate discriminatory behavior, racism, sexism, transphobia, ageism, etc. Or 3. Repairing, replacing, or creating accessibility devices, hearing aids, wheelchairs, prosthetics, etc. We highly recommend general managers discuss this policy with their agents/players and expand this list if necessary or helpful. As the one who controls the focus, the general manager should ensure there's a discussion prior to the first mission with a new field team to determine whether situations requiring this accommodation should be mentioned in the first place or simply removed preemptively to avoid discussion. Ripped handbook page 1 demerit. Yo, for real, I felt that one. You know what? They were not kidding. They were not kidding. The feeling of receiving a demerit is there. It's like a psychic attack. Like, oh man, I felt that when I did a tiny little rip of the pancake. No, like ow. I felt that as a physical, psychic pain. Okay, but I do like this. This did not cause any pain. This was dope. I'm gonna give it another get another one of these. Okay, I like this. I like this. I like this. It's built into the game. It's built into the game. But again, I like that there's an accessibility rule and it is built into the narrative. It is built into the narrative. Triangle Agency just does this in game world. That's dope. That's dope. All right, so identify your region, locating your headquarters. Okay, so now we're like building your world. We're building what is mundane. Anomalies are very specific things, distortions of reality caused by observation. Their very existence breaks the laws of reality. This is different from something that might be unusual or rare, but appeared following the natural rules. Everything non-anomalous is considered mundane. Residents like you are not mundane because of your anomalous abilities. Here's an incomplete list of things that might be created by anomalies, but might also be real and therefore uninteresting to the agency, depending on where and when in reality you are. So cryptids, creatures of folk soldiers, fairies, ghosts, aliens, artificial intelligence, psychic CSP, magic, debt, the occult, mad science, anthropomorphic animals, or superheroes. Agents/players can decide the details of their region for themselves by asking, is this normal, and determine the most common response. Remember, anomalies are created by common thoughts. Many of these subjects can create unique anomalies that wouldn't exist if the subject didn't exist in the mundane world. This is basically just a way of saying, hey, like if you want to play a superhero world in which Triangle Agency exists, and sure, superheroes are mundane, basically. And again, it's just world building. Let's kind of skip build. Okay, here we go. Building your character's arc. Now it's time. So this is now we're finally getting into character creation, I guess, in a way. I'm just gonna kind of flip forward a little just to see what to expect. So we're gonna learn about our anomaly, and here's some sample anomalies. Whisper. Oh, these are the types of anomalies: catalog, drain, timepiece, growth, gun. Okay, we'll you know what? We'll play with those shortly. Let's build our agent's arc. Now is the time to select the components that make up your character. We call these decisions as a whole your arc, and the individual options arc pieces. If you're a player who has skipped ahead to this page prior to learning the preceding rules, please review the terms and conditions at the beginning of this document and mark that you should receive 1 demerit upon commencement of your career/game. A. Your anomaly is a specific A is for anomaly, your specific set of powers afforded by the anomaly you've bonded with. Please be certain that you keep these powers under control. R is your reality, is your mundane obligations, major relationships, and how you interact with the world in your free time. And C stands for competency. It's your assigned position within Triangle Agency. This title describes your duties outside of field missions and the role you're expected to play in the field team. You may select these pieces in any order, but we recommend no ARC pieces repeat among the members of your field team. Please confer with other employees/players to ensure you do not misguidedly believe you have anything in common. Better together. The agency loves unions and would like to celebrate them with you. If two employees from the same department work together on a field team, participate in extended conversations, or build a meaningful relationship, this will be considered a union activity. It will be celebrated with a pizza party, followed by an immediate and long-term stay in the vault. As you make your selections, we recommend you add their details to character sheets copied from the ones at the back of this book. Follow the guidance at the beginning of each section, then answer the final intake questionnaire on page 118, and you'll be ready to play. The work-life balance section on page 122 should be visited after your first mission is complete. Take your time perusing the selections. Your future is in your hands. Agent onboarding checklist. Okay, so select your anomaly. In this manual, you can select from the following choices. You've got Whisper, Catalog, Drain, Timepiece, Growth, Gun, Dream, Manifold, and Absence. Each has 3 abilities that you are clear to use. Add these to your anomaly abilities sheet. Then you'll select your reality. In this manual, you can select from the following choices. Caretaker, Overbooked, Pursued, Star, Struggling or Newborn, Romantic, Backbone, or Creature. Each have a reality trigger and burnout release. Some have other important features. Add these to your primary preference sheet. And then as part of reality, create your relationships. Answer all 3 questions listed at the end of your reality to determine your existing relationships. You should have 3 relationships total, each played by a field agent or GM on your team that is not you. Add these to your relationships sheet. Now C, competency. Select your competency. In this manual, you can select from the following choices: PR, R&D, Barista, CEO, Intern, Gravedigger, Reception, Hotline, and Clown. Each have sanctioned behaviors and a prime directive to add to your primary reference sheet. Add your initial requisition to your requisitions and work-life benefits sheet. Complete your self-assessment. Answer all 3 questions listed at the end of your competency to determine your available quality assurances. You should have 9 QAs total in 3 qualities when you begin your career. Add these to your primary reference sheet. And finally, fill out your onboarding questionnaire. This document, on page 118, features questions that will help you understand yourself and the other agents in your team. All right, so let's look at our anomalies. Anomalies are the single greatest threat to reality and menace every corner of existence. At some point in the past, you had an encounter with one that ended with it escaping into your body. Now that it lives within you, it is no longer its own being and instead imbues you with a unique set of powers. The 9 categories in this manual represent abilities we can reliably expect from anomalies with similar focuses, even those with dramatically different presentations. Field teams are created out of a mix of these anomaly types to ensure a breadth of options for facing the challenges awaiting you in the field. Read through the following pages until you see one matching your description. So let's see. So we've got sort of the skeleton of what this looks like. So we'll get the name of the anomaly in large letters so it is impossible to miss. The name is chosen from a list of words approved safe by our info hazard and analysts in the hotline department. The category of ARC piece you are looking at presented as a helpful and stylish subtitle. Please make sure you read this word if you read no others. A small catchphrase we believe users of the anomaly might say. An illustration of the anomaly in this category guaranteed accurate by our artists in the R&D department, and a short description of this anomaly's history with the agency and what to expect when dealing with these residents as co-workers. Anomaly abilities. Once you've identified which anomaly type is yours, study the 3 approved abilities for that type. Internalize their effects well and make sure you're comfortable with them. They're the only abilities you will ever receive. Then read the rest thoroughly to familiarize yourself with the abilities your coworkers might wield. As a fun icebreaker, identify the weaknesses of the other members of your field team and write a game plan for neutralizing their abilities in case you are ever in conflict. If you see anything in the anomaly ability entries not covered by this guide, something has gone wrong. Don't panic. Evidence shows that 99% of problems will go away if they are simply ignored until the tools to deal with them become apparent. So you go. Say again, you may respond to... So this is an ability, the name of the ability, description, trigger of the ability, and success, failure, and additional outcome. So this is just, again, what it looks like. So we're going to get to Whisper. This is our very first anomaly, and we'll have the 3 abilities. Say again, tip of the tongue, silence. We've kind of already seen tip of the tongue. But we will get to those after these messages because, this time I caught it. Good news, the good news is that this is the very last ad break of the stream. After this, last hour of the stream, and then we're wrapping up. So bear with us because now we're getting to the extra weird shit. All right, now we're getting to the extra weird shit. Now we are seeing what you can actually do, what your magical, anomalous powers really are. So stick with us because we will, in fact, be right back. All right, I think ads actually flowed correctly. By the way, I don't know if Arbalest, if you're still on the stream, but as you can tell, it's after 5 p.m. in New York City, and the sun, if it hasn't set already, it's about to. It's getting dim and twilighty outside, and I think you can kind of tell that it's getting a little darker in here. It's no longer quite as bright because, again, I have the door to the room open. Let's see here. Oh, there you are. Beard looks dark. Okay, good. I'm glad you. I mean, also the lights back here, like, see, they're doing that, so color balance is gonna just be weird as you go. But yes, you can definitely tell that it's getting a little darker. It's getting a little darker. All right, let's wrap up today's stream. I think. Okay, so definitely this is gonna be at least a two-parter because we haven't really look at all we've done. Look at all we've done. But that said, we're also like not going to see a lot of stuff in here, right? There's stuff that we're not supposed to look at. So we're not gonna look at the whole book. But I think we're gonna look at enough of the book that that anybody watching the stream could at least probably safely say, like, I want to play this, or no, it's not my style of game, right? So let's see. But it's definitely still going to be a 2-day, at the very least, a 2-day book. So let's see if we can, during this hour, if nothing else, get through the anomalies. So first anomaly here is Whisper. Ring, 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 it's for you. Beautiful sentiments turned sour in the telling. Casual conversations escalated to great fights. Final goodbyes drowned out by noise. Whisper anomalies edit their own story as it's told. Whispers are masters of the moment when sound becomes information. They're careless and manipulative. No need for caution when they can always get a do-over. No fear of getting caught when their actions seem so subtle. Could a single conversation really become a year of misery? Could one missed word create a decade of despair when a whisper is around? Absolutely. At the agency, whisper resonants make great leaders. They know just what to say, and they always get that yes. When managing whispers, we recommend you communicate criticisms, requests, and improvement plans through an intermediary without a mind, such as Agency OS. At meetings, it's best to assume their ideas are the ideas of the entire group. So, the 3 abilities that you get if you choose a whisper anomaly are Say Again. Let me make sure it's properly visible. I'm going to move this here because I'm noticing that this light. Actually, I think I can just make this a little bit brighter. Bear with us. We're doing it live. We're adjusting. I just want to adjust here. This is the little light that we are using down here. So I'm going to kind of bump the power up on that. Let me see here. Is it 10%? Let's bump it up to like 25 and see if that's a little. Yeah, there we go. I think this is it's a little better. I think, yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, cool. I think it's a little brighter. Definitely looks a little brighter to me. I don't know if the camera's adjusting. Hey, Freitas, no worries. Well, I mean, we're still here for the third hour. You are. Ah, there we go. Yes. Right, does it go away on its own this time? Okay, I don't know why. The curse thing is in fact cursed, my friend, because it doesn't clean up after itself anymore. So let me turn them off manually. There we go. It is in fact somehow cursed. Okay, looking at that screen there, I can definitely see better. Okay, it is brighter now. It is definitely brighter. Also, yeah, cursed curse. Goddamn, why is ground control such a shitty ass app that just stops responding, but doesn't tell you that it stopped responding? It just does that. All right, let's redo that. I don't know why. Why is it like this? Why are you like this? Hey, Hawkeye, welcome back. All right, let's frickin' go. Okay, this is set. We are here. Yes. We are looking at anomalies. Whisper. Okay, 3 abilities for the whisper anomaly. Now that we've got, I think it's brighter, it's more readable. I am a professional. Say again. You may respond to a spoken sentence with the phrase "say again," and then you may tell the group what the target says instead of what they said initially. Roll presence. So, on a success, the target believes that the new sentence is what they meant. It's gaslighting the power. It's gaslighting the ability. On 6 or more 3s, you may speak for the target at any time in the next hour. Jeez, that's rude. Or on a failure, The target is unaffected, and for the next 3 hours, you can only speak using the words in the sentence you intended for them. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I like that failure penalty. Okay, so those of you who've been on my streams know that I get finicky about mind control powers, right? I'm always a little worried about stuff that's kind of mind controlly. And this is literally putting words in someone's mouth. That said, nature of the game, right? And it's not full on mind. I mean, it kind of is, but it isn't. Interesting. Oh, so what are these questions here? Wait. Was this covered previously? I don't see it here. These 3 abilities. Are these 3 or how many abilities here? Yeah. So I wonder what these little side questions, because they lead us to places. They lead us to places, right? So let's kind of follow one of these and see where it takes us. So when someone interrupts me, I give them the benefit of the doubt or a piece of my mind. So if you give them the benefit of the doubt, go to T2, R, T, 3, T, 3, T2 should be down here. So 3, 2, do not look at anything before T2. If you do that, tell me in chat if you look at anything outside of T2 down here so I can note down your demerits. Very important. I am only looking at this. My eyes focused. When someone is speaking to you, you say, "That's so interesting," and roll presence. That's so interesting. On a success, they're overwhelmingly flattered. They begin extolling every detail, benefit, drawback, and opinion they have on the subject at hand, even if they were previously reticent, nervous, or forbidden from discussing the topic. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell y'all something. That would be super effective against me. Holy shit. If I say something about one of my little special interests, for example, tater pugs, and somebody goes, "That's so interesting." This would don't even roll. That's just gonna trigger. It's gonna trigger this. It's gonna trigger me just ranting. It's gonna trigger one of these streams. This is what it's gonna do. That's just it. That's it. I told somebody once, like, "Oh, I like tabletop RPGs." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, this is now my job. I do streams now about this. For each additional three beyond the first one, right? You may prod them to discuss one of the following aspects of whatever they're talking about: how they learned about it, their deepest emotions or connection to it, what they would do if they could no longer interact with it, or some other similar detail. On 6 or more threes, you can change the subject. Tell them something you think is interesting, and they'll be happy to talk about it at length instead of what they were talking about. And on a failure, you begin gushing about what's on your mind, an endless torrent, why you were using this power on them, what you're doing in this location, and what you're worried or excited about. All of it pours out of you. Q, when I want to learn how to use a new gadget, I ask someone to teach me or read every page of these. Okay, so it keeps going. Is this some fascinating? It's almost like, I wonder if this is because, okay, first of all, somebody write down that I just earned myself a demerit or 3 for skipping around. Although I did, to be fair, maybe not. It's on the page that I'm supposed to be reading. But also, this feels, the fact that it's like 3 things, like, I wonder if this is advancement, right? It's like, you have say again, it's tied to this. Like, I guess we'll see the rules, but I'm taking a wild guess, all right? So if you're watching this and for whatever reason you've chosen to watch the stream as a let me learn how to play Triangle Agency, which I do not recommend. This is a first look by somebody who's never cracked this book open before, right? So I am fucking around and finding out as I go. But this is my guess that every time you use the ability, you mark one of these depending on what your answer is, and whichever one of these tracks fills, you go. So if you fill this track, you would go T2, and this is the advancement. Now you have the say again, and now you have the that's so interesting ability, right? It like evolves, and then every time you use it, you might do this. and keep answering, and then ask someone to teach me or read the answer. So if I ask someone to teach me 3 times, I would go to O1, which is LMNOPQRS. So O Q P P P P O1, right? It was? Yeah, O1. Which is down here again. Again, do not look at any other part of these pages. If you do, demerits all around. I'm watching you. Okay, I get it. When someone is speaking to you about a skill, craft, or procedure or plan, you can interrupt them and say, okay, I get it. Roll attentiveness. On a success, you get it perfectly. From just a few words, you can emulate the speaker's knowledge of the subject and perform the skill, craft, procedure, or plan as if you had the same level of experience as them. This effect lasts 24 hours. On triscendence, you get it forever. If what you were learning from them was short-term, a procedure or plan, pick one piece of it to become an expert in permanently, or on a failure, you don't get it, but you think you do. The target will not explain anymore, and you will move on. Even if they were nearly finished, you don't get it. You suffer from burnout on any roles related to the skill, craft, procedure, or plan for the rest of the mission, and are utterly inept when attempting to replicate it without making huge errors. This feels very much like advancement. I think this is the advancement mechanic. And that's wild that the advancement mechanic is kind of a choose your own adventure type thing. I've never seen, I literally do a stream on this like on a daily, all right? I've looked at so many games. I've never seen a game handle that like this. I may be wrong. Again, this is me making shit up. I may be entirely wrong about what these are for, but it feels a hell of a lot like advancement to me. All right. Tip of the tongue. Next power. Open your mind to the thoughts of someone nearby. Let their words reach your voice and roll empathy. On a success, you say what the target wishes they were saying. Okay, we saw this. And every third three, you may ask a question. Okay, so we kind of saw this one. Let's move forward. Silence. Open your mouth and emit a sound that adjusts frequency to cancel out the noises you make. Roll subtlety. On a success, none of your actions make a sound until after you make another roll or close your mouth. For each additional 3, you can silence the actions of one additional target until this effect ends. And on a failure, your frequency becomes imbalanced and you greatly amplify all sounds you make for the next hour. Cool. All right, let's go. Next, anomaly. So I'm not gonna do the advancement things because it requires going to the pages back here. That's dangerous. But also, you know, it's something for you to discover if you ever play the game, how you can advance these abilities and powers. Because earlier on, it specifically said, hey, these are the 3 abilities you get and you never get anything else. But this makes it sound like, I don't know if it's getting additional powers or if these are effectively considered expansions of the original one, right? I guess we'll see whenever we get to the actual advancement kind of part of the game. All right, next anomaly is catalog. So we've got what looks to be a kind of a Rat King situation here. But wait, there's more. 2 yolks in every egg, extra socks in a load of laundry. So maybe that's the whole thing with maybe, I mean, he didn't say it. They didn't say it, but maybe in this conflict resolution example that we saw earlier where he like says, because I also roll 3 threes and almost catch up, I make 100 duplicates of the phone and all of them are ringing, right? So maybe they don't state it outright, but maybe Frederick effectively has this catalog power and that's how he's effectively using the, because, you know, the Kelly or whatever her name was in that same example used their power, their anomaly ability on their roll, so fair game, right? All right. The perfect doubles partner, catalog anomalies create exactly what you need, exactly how you want it. Mischievous by nature, catalog anomalies in the wild are responsible for many of history's most notorious moments of surprise. Icebergs suddenly too close to avoid, viruses mutating to thrive in new hosts, critical battle plans in enemy hands. Catalogs will make anything if it has an impact on the world. Their power is limited only by creativity, so they cling to hosts ripe with imagination. Agents can put their approved abilities to productive use when supplies are running low, or their department is understaffed. Be advised, if you notice a catalog-bonded coworker grooming new facial hair or asking whether important historical events still happened here, they have likely been replaced by a duplicate and must be turned in for reorientation. All right, so the 3 abilities for the catalog. What's that over there? Point somewhere nearby and say, what's that over there? Roll attentiveness. On a success, you create an object where you're pointing. It can be any mundane thing you can imagine that fits comfortably and harmlessly inside the space, but can only feature details of information you would know. For each additional 3, you may add another object nearby, or on a failure, the GM will describe a different object that is now there, and it is either obviously out of place or extremely inconvenient. You might also hold any object small enough to carry and roll dynamism. On a success, the object changes to a similar but different version of the object. A green coat becomes a blue coat, a stuffed bear becomes a stuffed tiger, room key 203 becomes 204. That can be very useful. On every third 3, you may give the object an additional variant you can freely swap it between, such as giving a cane an alternate self as a sword. This effect is permanent, but it can only swap when you are handling the object. And on a failure, the object is replaced with something entirely different. It can no longer be changed with this ability. Your best self. Open a container large enough to fit you entirely inside, and then roll duplicity. On a success, an alternate version of you is inside. They have one particular skill that is useful to your current situation: whittling, whistling, whisking, etc. They disappear from your world within the hour. On 6 or more 3s, you can create an additional alternate self. On a failure, the alternate version you reveal is evil from your perspective. They have goals and priorities opposite yours and are committed to getting in your way until dealt with. They leave your world voluntarily only when satisfied by the changes they have made to it. The question there: the enemy of my enemy is my friend or me? Okay, next anomaly is drain. For me, you shouldn't have. Thirst that never quenches. Kind words that leave you empty. Interest. Drain anomalies feed on desire, decay, and gradual loss. Like the scorpion on the frog, these anomalies take because it's how they live. It's what they do. Drains thrive wherever expectation negotiates with reality. When money leaps from wallets, loyalty dwindles to disgust, where an audience cackles at pain, a drain is there to collect their share. Drain-bonded agents are adept at lifting team morale and filling in wherever they're needed, so long as they have someone to model their work after. Keep in mind that their powers can be hard to resist. Should you find yourself becoming less energetic or interesting while your drain teammate receives escalating acclaim in your field, thank them for putting your skills to good use. I love the little twists that the game does at you. Would you like some more? To you, desire is a bucket. Poke a hole in it by saying, would you like some more? And roll empathy. On a success, the person you are speaking to becomes very interested in more of the last thing that they enjoyed: attention, affection, ice cream, rest, etc., as identified by you and the player of the character. This does not create an addiction or a compulsion, but makes that thing, if it is available... God damn it. Sorry, a little bit of gas. Professional. As identified by you and the player of the character, does not create an addiction or compulsion, but makes that thing, if it's available, into leverage or distraction far beyond its worth. For each additional 3, you may spread their desire to one other nearby target to similar effect. On a failure, the target develops a loathing for the last thing they enjoyed. Your suggestion of more is insulting to them, and even thinking about that thing is revolting to them from now on. That could be real fucked up. Borrow. You may choose a feature or mundane target and take it for yourself. Their face, their voice, their love, their fingerprints. Now you have it, and they do not. Roll duplicity. On a success, the effect lasts up to 1 hour. For each additional 3, choose 1. The target keeps a flawed version of what's borrowed. The effect lasts an additional hour, or you may share what's borrowed with one other target. On a failure, the target loses what you've taken permanently, and no one gets it. They remember what they have lost. Ooh, that could be real fucked up, actually. And a universal recipient. When you receive harm or are hurt in any way, you may roll persistence. On a success, select a nearby living person or anomaly other than what hurt you. They are hurt instead, and you are unhurt. For each additional 3, you may choose an additional target who receives that same hurt. On a failure, your pain cycles back on itself, and you are dealt that hurt triply. If there would be harm remaining after your death, it finds additional nearby targets until it is all dealt. Ooh. So you may roll. So it's not like automatically this, like it happens every time you receive harm, but you can choose to have this. It's an extra. So in a weird sort of way, drains are kind of tanky. Interesting. All right. Let's go to the next one. The timepiece anomaly. You're welcome for the wait. Never-ending school days. Memories vivid and unforgettable. Death, moments after escape. Timepiece anomalies set the world's schedule and don't bother with a calendar. The powers of a timepiece invite a uniquely casual selfishness. The mundane world is shackled to time's passage, and so everyone bends the timepiece's will. While patience and thoughtfulness could make this an unparalleled force for good, these anomalies more often grow bored and careless, protected as they are from the consequences of waste. Agents bonded with timepiece anomalies are highly prized for their ability to ensure every meeting has time for one more question, and every pay period fits neatly within the budget. However, after recent reports uncovering widespread abuse, standard procedure when working with timepieces is to obscure deadlines and demand work be completed prior to being requested. Alright, so here's our powers for that. We've got time. When you are a target and are in a hurry to complete a task, fix a car, escape a pursuer, etc., check any clock and say the phrase, "We've got time." Roll professionalism. On success, you're right. If the task is focused on and approached genuinely, it will be completed before the impending deadline. For each additional 3, you gain an additional minute of preparation before the deadline hits for other activities. And on a failure, you are catastrophically, terribly wrong, and you don't know until it's too late. Your pursuer takes you by surprise. The deadline has already passed. Where did all the time go? Second ability, Overclock. When you or an ally rolls for an anomaly ability other than this one, after seeing the results, punch a clock and roll initiative. On success, you send the target back in time to assist themselves, allowing them to use the same ability a second time with an identical number of 3s. The second use can affect new targets and does not generate chaos or transcendence effects. For each additional 3, you add 1 3 to the second use. This effect can make a roll exceed 6 3s. On a failure, the original roll becomes a failure, and then the ability fails a second time. The second failure repeats on the same target or moves to a new target, whichever is worse. Chaos is not generated by the copied failure. And remember when. Make someone feel an overwhelming rush of nostalgia for a time they let slip away. Hum a tune, roll empathy. On success, all past events, even recent ones, feel wistfully far away. The target is desperate to talk about their past and easily led towards subjects you're interested in, even typically secret or classified ones. On every third 3, you may request a particular memory or sequence be described in perfect detail. The GM will not paint the entire scene, and it will not suffer the natural decay of memory. This effect can reveal information behind even anomalous memory blockages or wipes. And on a failure, the target becomes lost in their memories. They are overcome with emotion and are useless for gathering information. Returning to the present will take time and care. Their condition generates at least 1 loose end. So it sounds like timepiece anomaly users are, it's very support based, right? You can overclock others, you can make sure you've got time, you can help you can help like sort of manipulate people. It's very much a support kind of choice there. All right, let's go. Growth. Disgusting. Love it. More is always better. Invulnerable heroes, monsters galloping on 1,000 arms, burglars spotting their prize through walls and in the dark. Growth mutates the flesh to change the future. Equally comfortable in human society and untamed nature, growths hide in plain sight. They fit in alongside the planet's natural cycles, tweaking small things to great consequence. Imagine a sympathetic mole is given great size to protect its territory, or a CFO has a sudden boost of intuition, or a butterfly's wings are slightly larger. Soon, earthquakes, earnings, and hurricanes are picking up, and the growth gains power in their wake. While agents with these abilities may be appreciated at first glance for their physical prowess, their subtler side is not to be underestimated. They are the first to understand any team's greatest weaknesses. Even so, these employees should not be given leadership positions. They work best where there is opportunity for growth. I see what you did there, book. I see what you did there. All right, so the 3 abilities. Number 1, I'll cover you. When a nearby target would be hurt by an external force, you may say, I'll cover you, and extend your flesh to protect them. Roll persistence. On a success, you grow rapidly around them and take the attack for them. Any hurt, harm, or death is dealt to you instead of them. On every third 3, you armor yourself in extra layers of protective flesh. This instance of harm is reduced by 1, and any extra is applied to future harm. Higher numbers will create an obvious change in your physical body until it's lost to absorb the harm. On a failure, you and the target both take the original harm. Your body grows beyond your intent and remains overgrown in an obvious way until you have at least an hour to rest and recuperate. Limbs. Expand your physical possibility with additional limbs, similar to the ones you already possess. Roll dynamism. On a success, you gain reach and control far beyond typical combatants and can easily engage any mundane or minor anomaly target into a stalemate. For each additional 3, choose 1. Disarm a target, engage 1 more target, render an engaged target unconscious, or kill an unconscious target. On a failure, you become only limbs. All other features disappear, and you become a conscious pile of whatever limbs you were hoping to create. You are extremely awkward and vulnerable to harm for an hour. And eyes. Open a few more eyes. Roll professionalism. On a success, you sprout new eyes on your body with potent new abilities. Spend 3s on the following types of vision, which last for 1 hour. So it's not additional 3s, it's 3. So if you only got that 1 success, that's a 3 you can spend on this one. Spend 3s on the following types of vision, which lasts 1 hour. So this is a little unclear. If this is a cost, I think it's a cost because the fact that it skips 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, it skips 5. I think it's a cost. You have to spend that many 6s. So not that many 3s rather. So spending 1 3 gets you heat, night, or telescopic vision. Spending 2 3s gets you fingerprint or X-ray vision. Spending 3 3s lets you see reality, cuts through illusions and obfuscations. Spending 4 3s gives you plant sign language or anomaly tracking. There is no 5 for whatever reason. I wonder why you can't get 5. I wonder if that's a misprint or... I guess you just can't get 5 for whatever reason. 6 lets you spot weakness. And then if somehow you had a 7th 3 to spend, maybe because the timepiece used to overclock on you or something like that, you could get future sight. So this is cool. Oh, this is very cool, but a little tricky, right? Anything that gives a player, I mean, that's going to be really hard for them to get. But as a GM, maybe a little guidance on how to handle some of these, maybe a little bit more detail might be appreciated, because future sight, it's kind of a big deal. Again, it's not going to happen very often. Just from the system, it's hard to get that. But let's see here. On a failure, you see a vision of the end. You receive a piece of forbidden knowledge about the end of all things, too big for your mind to comprehend. You suffer from initial burnout on all rolls until the end of the mission. I like to expand. Have I seen a vision of the end? No! Also, I like plants. Or, yes. Interesting. I wonder if you're actually supposed to fill these out every time you use the power. Anyway, we'll see when we get to that. All right, next anomaly. The gun anomaly. It's a gun. A sentence ended, a life ended, a hope, grand and genuine for something attainable and beautiful, ended. Gun anomalies arrived to put a stop to things. Now. Cynical and proud, gun anomalies are a well-documented scourge of the mundane world. Their influence spreads misery, fear, and grief across nearly every band of society. Their powers extend further than machinery, however. The slap of a curtain hitting the stage, the slam of a door, and the soft boop of a breakup text are all within their niche. They may seek hosts who truly need their power, but always, soon, corrupt. In the hands of an agent, the gun creates punctuality, efficiency, and cleanliness. Following agency protocol ensures there's no chance of abuse or overuse, and a gun resonance are beloved in every department. It is highly recommended you ensure they are aware of this. The gun. Your anomaly is always present in physical form, but it is useless to anyone else. Determine a shape for your gun or choose one of the following forms: violin, deck of cards, sword, tube of lipstick, yo-yo, remote control. So your powers with a gun anomaly. Eliminate. You can remove a mundane object or person from the equation permanently. Once they existed, now they do not. Aim your gun, roll dynamism. Success, target disappears without a trace. On 6 or more threes, choose any number of targets you can see from where you're standing. They disappear without a trace. On a failure, the target is killed. An object is destroyed. A living creature dies. This fact is visible, obvious, and potentially horrifying. So, eliminate just works. It just depends on how horrible the experience is going to be for everyone involved. Also, look at this. The questions like this one specifically says only you answer this question. Will you remember them all? The others, like, oh, interesting. Again, I'm really curious to see what these actually mean. But we haven't been told. We're not cleared for it yet. So no peeking ahead. Demerits otherwise. Quick draw. When something tries to hurt you, fire your gun and roll initiative. On a success, you shot first. The aggressor takes 1 harm before their attack, and they do not succeed at hurting you. For each additional 3, you may choose an additional target to harm or eliminate a target you already harmed with this ability. On a failure, you misfire. Something or someone important to you is damaged, and the original attack against you proceeds as planned. Finally, open carry. The threat of your gun is so great that even the mundane can sense it. Make your options clear and roll presence. On a success, the target you are focusing on is intimidated enough to do what you want. However, the GM chooses 1 consequence from the following. The target will remember your face, or contact the authorities, or react with extreme fear, or seek retribution. For each additional 3, you may either remove an option from the possible consequences or add an additional target. For example, 6 threes could mean no consequences and 2 targets, or 5 targets and all potential consequences. On a failure, the target is unafraid. They become immune to all effects of your gun and will likely retaliate in immediate and dangerous ways. So, gun is very much like, you want to be a fighter, this is kind of your anomaly, fighter. But okay, I like that. Yeah, gunslinger, exactly. This is the gunslinger class, for lack of a better term, right? Because this game doesn't exactly have classes. But yeah, this is kind of your gunslinger here. This is cool. I like it. You've got a social one. You've got a sort of defensive, semi-defensive one, and you've got just like, fuck you in particular, the power. All right, dream anomalies. Don't worry, it's not real. Monsters at the foot of the bed. Birth, life, and death in a single night. Your face in a movie never filmed. Dream anomalies decide if you want to wake up and then choose whether you do. Dreams dance on the edge of despair and delight, stoking their victims' subconscious turmoil to create the perfect, dramatic performance. They can be found festering in unfinished manuscripts, coursing through the halls of museums, funneling attention into billboards, and making every small problem larger than life. They are found also, of course, in dreams. Bonding with a dream anomaly can make agents very popular at work. A dream resident knows when the team is held back by fear, lack of motivation, or the wrong office decor. Please note that agents with dream abilities are no longer permitted to participate in agency book clubs without written agreement that they will not fix the book prior to the meeting. Aha, let's see. So, can you, 1, have more than one anomaly, and or 2, combine anomalies, cumulatively also combine their failures? As far as I can tell, no. As far as I can tell, based on the sort of the arc creation policy here, you just select one anomaly, just a single one, and then your reality and your competency. The anomalies themselves do have a way to grow through these questions. Sounds like we haven't gotten to that part of the book yet, but as of what we have experienced so far, no. You are bonded, you have one anomaly inside you, and I do not see a mechanic to have multiple ones. But if we run into that again, it might be possible. This is how much book we've read. This is how much book we haven't read yet. So the chances that there is in fact a mechanic for channeling or being bonded with more than one anomaly at a time are there. But as written so far, no. All right, so let's look at the dream abilities. Nightmare. Project yourself into something larger than life. Pick a mind and wrap its shadow around yourself. Roll presence. On a success, you may adopt an illusory form and appear as that form to your target. The form can be terrifying, beautiful, or mundane, and they believe it's your true form. On every third 3, you may ask the player controlling the target to tell you one of the following before you take this form: their worst fear, their greatest goal, or their most secret desire. On a failure, your true identity is emblazoned onto their mind. By night, they will dream about you. By day, they will think about you. For today, though, maybe nothing will happen. Nap time. Blow a pinch of sand onto a target and roll subtlety. On a success, you send the target into a sudden sleep. They'll have pleasant dreams and think they nodded off on their own after they wake up in a few minutes. For each additional 3, choose 1. Add an additional target to this effect, or the effect lasts an additional hour. On a failure, another target, an ally, or perhaps even yourself, falls asleep instead. The fickle sand swirls in obvious ways, and the original target sees what you've done. And finally, the site visit. Imagination is real enough. Step into a painting, photograph, video, novel, or other piece of art and roll attentiveness. On a success, you and any nearby allies you choose enter the world depicted. While inside, you may manipulate objects, converse with people, and see from perspectives not featured in the original frame. On every third 3, choose 1. You and your allies change appearances to fit in with the art. When you leave, this piece of art is returned to your original condition. To its original condition. On a failure, you forget how to hide your tracks. Opportunistic characters from nearby art can follow you and enter reality on their own. Oh, that's a wild. That's like that. Make people fall asleep, fool people into thinking you look different. Enter the world of a novel with all your friends and change it. Kind of a bit of an escalation in power on that one, but also like a very niche, weird little power. Okay, I'm really digging the dream anomaly. All right, let's go to the next one. The manifold anomaly. Straight ahead, can't miss it. Labyrinths with no solution. Road trips finished in a blink. Weightless sleepers waking at their fall. Manifold anomalies consider space a suggestion, and physics one of space's boring friends. Particular and controlling, manifolds delight in connecting dots and making improvements. They tangle roads into impenetrable knots, turn pleasant journeys to torture as they drag out forever, and crash planes from airspace they'd prefer to keep clear. When worlds collide, it's often because these anomalies decided they should. Agents with these abilities gain an aptitude for making deliveries and avoiding distractions. If you notice your commute lengthening or your stapler floating out of reach, however, immediately request a mediation session with any manifold employees you may have upset. Power number 1, I know a shortcut. When you want to get somewhere in a hurry, say the phrase, I know a shortcut, and then describe a short path to the discussed location. Roll initiative. Success, your directions are correct, no matter how impossible for yourself. This shortcut disappears once it has been used. For each additional 3, an additional person may use your shortcut before it disappears. For a failure, your shortcut leads somewhere very inconvenient instead of the desired location, and it is persistent and visible to everyone at both ends. Second ability, just keep walking. When you give someone directions, or flee from a pursuer, or know where someone is going, you may attempt to trap them in a maze or endless hallway. Tie a knot and roll persistence. On a success, you trap them in a complex repeating path of your own design. They cannot exit until you make another roll. For each additional 3, you may trap an additional target or make the maze last for additional rolls past the first. And on a failure, you speed them immediately along to their destination. They reach their target or catch you immediately. So this is, I mentioned in previous streams, I'm prepping a Planescape game that I'm going to be running for some local players here. It's a paid GM game, and I managed to bamboozle the group into letting me run a Planescape campaign for them, which means I'm doing some work gathering notes and everything from the various editions, because Planescape was really AD&D, and then kind of never again. I think there was a 4th edition kind of like attempt. I think Planescape was officially the high level setting for D&D 4th edition, and then D&D 5th edition didn't really get any Planescape content until a couple of years ago, and it's middling at best, right? But I'm trying to get, of course, original Planescape had so many books, so I'm having to go through all of those books and all that stuff. Anyway, long story short, semi-sidebar to say, this is the Lady of Pain power, right? The Lady of Pain, who must not be worshipped, but is also like the main person who runs the city of Sigil, and it is pronounced Sigil. It is not pronounced Sigil. I have to remember that, because instinctively I want to call it Sigil, but it is Sigil. But anyway, her whole thing is, if you offend the Lady of Pain, or for whatever reason she decides, she mazes you. She sends you to one of the many mazes that she just can create at will. So this is the Lady of Pain power. Planescape reference found, noted, and appreciated. And finally, Gyre the Gimbal. Adjust your balance and roll professionalism. On success, you change the orientation of gravity up to 90 degrees as the direction of your choosing. If you're in a room, it affects only that room. If you're outside, it affects everything within about 30 yards. This effect lasts until you make another roll. For each additional 3, you choose 1. The change doesn't affect a single target, such as yourself. The range is infinite for a single target, or gravity for a single target is rotated further than 90 degrees. On a failure, you become unmoored from gravity. For at least an hour, your body acts as if it is in a zero gravity environment. Anyone who sees this will become a loose end. Okay, so Gyre the Gimbal, again, we're going with references from other works. If you are familiar at all with the Stormlight Archive, and the various books in that, I for one, am Stormlight Archive pilled and love it. So the Kaladin, right? This is the Windwalker power. These are your surges here. Okay, cool. I dig it. Very move around space. All right. Absence, great. Thank you for making that really hard to read book. I mean, I get what you're doing here. Absence, pale, purple, I get it. But also, Jesus Christ, okay. This one's gonna hurt to read. Anomaly absence. And when they turned around, I mean, I do love the art though. This is very cool. All right, let's see if I can read. I don't even know if this yet. Okay, it's barely readable on screen. Oh, here we go. Swaying gently with no rider. Successful escapes from impenetrable prisons. Absence, beware, maybe. Beware, B-E-W-A-R-E. Beware. Aha, good catch though. Good catch. We got close. You missed the tiny little E right there. Beware. I dig it though. Again, I love the design, but also Jesus Christ, is hard to read. Squinty. Here we go. Successful escapes from impenetrable prisons. Grief. Wherever there is something to the nothing, there is absence. Difficult to see. Tell me about it. Difficult to understand and difficult to capture, absence anomalies can often only be described by their outlines. Untouchable and lonely, their power is seen strongest in misplaced cargo, incomplete plans, and quiet despair. They are enemies of industry and productivity. Sorry, my ADHD just went like, hi, yes, I've been called. Hello, yes, it's me, the enemy of industry and productivity. But also of themselves. They must always be lost or they won't exist at all. Interesting. Inbox 0 is easy for those with absence abilities. Send the nastiest problems and most complicated hassles their way and watch them vanish into nothing. Keep a copy of their to-do list in a place they do not know about. All right, we can read the powers. At least they didn't make everything. Yeah, no, the tiny, especially like in here, you're barely going to be able to see it. There it is. There's a tiny E. Also, I guess this close, it is readable for you folks, because from down here you can barely see that it's there. But here in real life, oh my god, this is so hard to read. All right, look, actual dark text. Here we go. So 3 powers for absence. Is this the last one? That is the last one. And how are we? I think that might be. Yeah, we'll probably end stream on that one because we are getting very close to. Yeah, oh yeah, we were just a few minutes away from 6. All right, absence. Power number 1, mist. They never seem to know where you are. When something might touch or hurt you, you can say mist and roll duplicity. On a success, you were always somewhere else nearby, perhaps behind or on top of whatever tried to touch you. For each additional 3, another willing nearby target may be moved with you to the new location. On a failure, the target moves instead to hurt another, to an angle that deals additional harm, or to a very inconvenient place. Second power, or ability rather, negatives. Inspect the place where something once was. Roll attentiveness. On a success, you can see the lost history of the place you're inspecting. If a note was removed, you know what it read. If an object was stolen, you know what it was and how it left. Okay, so this is, again, from my friend Dave. He loves psychometry powers. This is basically your psychometry power. But with an interesting twist, because specifically about stuff that is now missing. The lost history, stuff that is no longer there. It's a really interesting approach. On every third 3, you may say one sentence about what is lost, and that sentence is true. Cool. And on a failure, there's too much loss. You become overwhelmed by the history of the location you're in and receive 1 harm, in addition to any loose ends caused by your visible, painful reaction. And final ability, unbound. If something is in your way or holding you back, relax your body and roll subtlety. On a success, you pass directly through it. You become intangible and can move easily through walls, chains, and other obstructions for 1 hour. On every third 3, you choose 1. You become invisible, you become inaudible, you become unmemorable to 1 observer, or you bring 1 person with you anytime you pass through an obstacle while using this ability. So the Kitty Pryde power. On a failure, you lose control of your physical form and become unstable. You are unable to feel, hold, or interact with physical objects, but can still be harmed for the remainder of the mission or until you die, whichever comes first. All right, so cool abilities. So these are your power sets, right? Now the next thing in reality that we're going to be looking, and this will be tomorrow because we are going to have to wrap up the stream very shortly. These are your kind of like your real world, not even real world. I think this is more like your, I guess this is your real world. It's like just what you are kind of dealing with in your real life outside of, having these anomalous powers and working for Triangle Agency. So I am real curious to see what these things give us once we get to it. I love the art. And then the competency is actually your job. Okay, so reality is kind of like your situation. So anomalies, your anomaly is your weird power things. Your reality is kind of your situation, and your competency, it's like your personal situation, kind of like what you're going through. And your competency then is your kind of like your actual job within Triangle Agency. So we will learn about our realities and our competencies tomorrow. But for today, it's time for me to wrap up. It's basically 6 p.m. We look, okay, this was good. This was good. Let's see. So we're gonna continue with Triangle Agency tomorrow, but from what we've seen so far, big fan of everything I'm seeing here. I think it's one of the more unique systems that I've seen in a long while, just based on what we're seeing so far. I'd love to know what people like chat. Tell me what you think of what you've seen so far. But I'm really digging the uniqueness of it. It's going places. It's the fact that you never really roll your stats. Like, right, you're never gonna roll to pick a lock. You're never going to roll to punch a dude. You're only rolling either to use your specific weird powers or to ask the agency to do things. Otherwise, the game, in fact, again, I assumed that the game meant, like, okay, so that means it's going to be that you're assumed to succeed at basic things. No, the game doesn't want you to succeed. The game is like, no, you suck. You suck. All right, you are going to fail. If it's hard to do, you're not going to be able to do it. Ask the agency for basically everything, which is a really weird approach, but I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I really like the uniqueness of this game so far. I love the setting. I want to run games of this. So just based on what we have so far, I really want to run this. But also, yes, Phoenix playing would definitely depend on the group. Like it's a very different approach, very unique approach to playing a Titterpig, and I like it. I'm curious. I need to play it. I need to play it. I think almost before running it, I think I want to see if I can find a way to play it as a player to get a feel for it. I wonder if there's any actual plays of Triangle Agency out there. That might be something for me to do tonight at some point. A little research might be worth it, right? But overall, though, really pleased with what I'm seeing. Really pleased with what I'm seeing. And I'm really curious to see what happens whenever I get to roll the other dice that aren't just D4s. I'm excited to pop those out. Hopefully tomorrow. We'll see where all this stuff leads us. But for today, it's time for me to wrap up. So folks, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate everybody on chat. I really appreciate the folks that came back. And I hope that tomorrow, again, I will be doing, here's my schedule, which I, once again, still haven't adjusted. I'm going to do that right now. No. Wait a minute. Let me just do that right now. If I don't do it now, I'll never do it. Stream elements. Let's go to the chat bot. Let's just log in here. Let's see here and go here, dashboard, and then go, where's my chat bot, and then go here, chat commands, and then go custom commands, and then go schedule. Here we go. And then can I edit that? Yes, I can. From 2 to 6. There we go. And we save that. And done. And now if I hit it again, there we go. That's the correct schedule. I did it. Let nobody ever said that I don't do things, because I do. I mean, eventually I get around to things sometimes. Thank you so much for hanging out. That's my schedule. I will be back tomorrow for more of whatever's been happening for the past 4 hours, as we get to see the other aspects of what it means to be an employee of the Triangle Agency. I hope you all have enjoyed it. I am excited for tomorrow, and I hope to see you all there. But until then, have a great time zone wherever you are, and I will do the same. I've got a cat that is. Oh yeah, it's time to feed the cat. It's time to feed the cat. I'm leaving now. All right, folks, have a good one. Farewell. I'm just gonna do that one for you personally. Just gonna do that one for you personally, because you did redeem it, and then it didn't happen because I already switched scenes. So,
curse you all!
There you go. Just for you, manually run. So never say, like, you know. Here we go. Never say I don't love. Right? Actually, no. Wait. What is it? It's like this. Is it the little heart thing? It's just kind of supposed to be. I don't know how anything works. I'm a 47-year-old man. I shouldn't be doing this. Probably no. Bye. See you all tomorrow, I hope.